the lock, which is never good. There's a little special spot here. And if we go too early or too late, you'll get stuck in that screen there. Alright, cool. So you might be able to tell. Guybrush is moving just a smidge faster than he was before. Alright, we're underway. The marathon has started. Well, I hope everybody's good in keeping it cozy. We got a long haul here. 30 seconds down. Let's go. Got elbow. That's good. So if you're quick, you can have the chef show the like his elbow as you enter in here, and that's the fancy way to go about it. This is the meat. Nice. All right. No resets. Fair enough. Yeah, we're in it to win it now. We're in it to win it. Cool. So first place to go. We just needed these little items here because we'll need them in a minute. But we're gonna go up here to the clearing. This is the circus. And this is always a fun dialogue here. It's little details like that, the helmet and the cannon. That's literally the last thing we'll see in the run as well. Kind of a nice, tidy thing to have. Cool, so that is that. We are done with the first bit. Gonna pick our flowers here. This is illegal on Melee Island, they say. According to Otis. As we get moving there, we'll combine those together. That'll get us through the dogs a bit later. And now we're going to be heading over to get the map, and we need to get one of my favorite, I think probably everybody's favorite items, which is the rubber chicken, the pulley in the middle. So snag that now. We don't actually talk to the voodoo lady at all in this particular chapter. Particular game. Don't need to in the speedrun. Should be all over the rest of it, but for now, no need. Ahoy there, fancy pants. So this is good in this version. We're not doing early credit, which is a specific trick you can do, or I guess strat that you can go after. But having the shopkeeper in there this time around is good. A little bit faster because we need to pick up the shovel and the sword. It's always faster to have them all here. So we're going to give this to the piranha poodles. You want to be careful there. I always make sure to hit escape rather than do mouse skip here because there's a weird glitch that happens. That if you do mouse skip there and it's on the wrong frame, you actually will go through the whole cutscene, but you actually won't get these items down here. So it's a soft lock. So you gotta be careful. All right, we need to give the breath mints over first. heading back in. We needed the cake, which has the file in it. Now we can continue on. What's up, Short Eye? Doing the Mega Monkey. Should be a good one. Yeah, just on time. It belongs in a museum. Alright, cool. I love this puzzle casually, one of my favorite bits. Pick up the idol. Such a good one. Right. Now where are we going? I think it's time to sword fight here, folks. Did I lose my movement? Who knows? Alright, so I'm one of the folks who likes to grab this extra thing here. So if you talk to the troll and you do that particular combination of dialogues, you actually get one free insult, which is the dog one. Had a dog that was smarter than you. We don't get the answer, but we do get the insult, so that's very nice. Oops. Alright, so now we need to find Carla's house. So we're gonna go to the right. To the right. Thanks for the follow there. The jams. Gotta love the jams. Alright, cool, we have made it over here. It is the same pattern every time. You don't need the shopkeeper guy to show you every time. Alright, and now it's time to sword fight. Alright, let's see what we can get here. We'll just win this first one because this guy doesn't seem to know much. And we'll go into the abyss here. So we need to win 3 fights before we can fight Carla. We also need to take our time to try and get some new insults here. So that's great there. Cool. So that's Cur. Sneak. Okay. We'll try Sneak here. Sneak's always a good answer. Didn't have that one. Dog, we have now Cur. Cool, Cur we have. So we have 3 insults now. Apes. Ooh, Apes is good. Apes is a double. Fight like a dairy farmer. How appropriate you fight like a cow. I guess we'll just try to win this one. That's fine. Alright, so we have Cur. We could do Sneak. Should try to get that answer if we can. Perfect. Apes, we already have. Okay, this is hemorrhoids. Always got time for hemorrhoids. There we go. That's the answer to that one. Apes would be good to do here. Beautiful. Okay, Apes is a really good one because it counts as 2 answers against Carla. So that's like a high value one to have. So Sneak we could still do. Can you give me an answer for that? Okay, good. Diapers. Alright, we'll toss diapers onto the thing here. Manners of a beggar. Okay. So we've got 5 right now, which is actually pretty decent. All right, what can we do here? All right, diapers we don't have an answer for yet. Could use it though. Yes, okay, great. Diapers. Okay, apes. Yeah, we can go down here. Family reunion. And actually, we're up to 7 now. We're actually doing quite good. Beggar would be nice to just have a little safety. Okay, beautiful. Sneak we have, that's heard of you. And, yeah, I guess sitting down. Alright, cool. I think I'm just gonna grab the hemorrhoids answer and then we're gonna roll here. Just for safety. There we go, cool. What's up, Spade? Good to go? As the master in the house here. But we've got everything there that we could possibly need. We have beggar and we have hemorrhoids. What a sentence. But welcome on in, folks. Appreciate everybody popping by. The Mega Monkey Marathon, where we run all of the Monkey Island games in one sitting. I'm going to save here for safety. Stupid is comfortable. That's 1. Catch me fighting as bad as you. Actually don't have that one, to my knowledge. That one I don't have either. Filthy corner of the island is janitor. Master swordsman. That'd be used them. That stinks. Milk every drop. We got that one, obviously. That is fight like a cow. Come on. Sword is famous all over the Caribbean. That is heard of you. I think we need one more. Covered in blood. That is a nosebleed, which is a shame. One more, come on. Oh, that's already did. That stinks. Unlucky. Coward, you know? Ah, blood is hemorrhoids? Oh, darn, I didn't know that one. Heard of you at all? Yeah, this is the weakest probably entry to the whole thing at the moment. Swordsman, we don't have that one. That's used them. I gotta update my list is what I need to do. Catch me fighting. Clever moves to help you now. Where's that one? Let's learn them. Dang. Covered in blood. All right. This one's hemorrhoids, as we now know. Want to borrow one? We do have that one. Family reunion. All right, cool. Saved a little bit of time there. Obviously, we could have gotten away with the last one, but that's that. All good. We'll take the time save where we can take it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, treasure hunt now. Yeah, I think what I need to do is I just need to remember the doubles. And so I basically made kind of a master list for myself that I keep an eye on. And it is not up to date, basically. So I just need to take the time and do that. I probably should have done that before doing this run, but it's all good. Come on. There we go. Okay, we need to talk to Stan now. is some pre-haggle for you. Come for the speed run, stay for the haggling. All right. Another bit I love about this particular game is this puzzle right here with the mugs and trying to transfer the grog over. One of my favorites. So one of the things that I didn't know until I started speedrunning was that you can do this whole thing in 2 mugs, which is absurd. If you were to talk to me when I first started playing this game casually, I needed like every single mug, and it was still a tight window. But if you hustle, you can do it. Ooh, just barely snuck it in there. Words I don't want to see, yeah. Alright, let's get our normal credit. Not early credit, it's normal credit. Alright, we got the cool glitch here. Let's do your timings right. That's 3, 3, 1. 3, 3, 1. One, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. There we are. There's a cool strat that you can do that we are not going to do for this one, but you can actually try guessing that combination without actually watching the guy do it. But you have to be really quick and know what you're doing with it. But additionally, to save time, it needs to be in a certain kind of area, like an early set of the combination. So a 1, 1 something or a 1, 2 something are the ways to go. Pretty interesting thing. I highly recommend checking out Frozen Spades World Record. There's a bit of a good explanation of that on there. That was on that GDQ hotfix. All right, so we're heading to Meat Hook. Meat Hook, Meat Hook. Yeah, chicken was unprepped there. Dangerous chicken. Dangerous chicken situation. Oh, did I just get kicked out? Sure did. Governor's been kidnapped. There we go. Brah. Oh, what does Woof's Heart? Yeah, that was a I Heart New York t-shirt. One of those classic New York tourist things. Get wrecked, nerds. You tell him, Spade. But yeah, that was an I Heart New York shirt. Shouts out to New York. No, I don't want to look at this. I want to give the note. That was a really weird dialogue. I was holding down comma instead and said wreck. Yes. I like the addition of the W in there. Gotta have some balance. Welcome on in, Subsolar. Alright, let's haggle. This is the real haggling. This is pod racing. This is pod racing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll do a 7th just to be sure. Cool. That section's always interesting to try to do. Alrighty, we gotta do some item collection as you do. Grab some keg action. I always forget this little bit here. We wanna crunch, 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 crunch. So you can actually just open it from the cupboard, but I forgot last minute. Alright, we got all of our ingredients here. It's time to do the recipe. Gotta do some cooking here. What do we gotta do? This goes in there, you go in there. There's our chicken at. Yeah, it's decent. There's some pretty, like, optimal ways to go about doing that section, so I highly recommend checking out some other runs. Oops, we don't need that anymore. But some good stuff here. I'm happy with that, considering I've not practiced that section at all. Oh, Danzig! Hello, my friend. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Good to see you again. Appreciate all the support, folks. Alright, let's go to the fort. Fort's hiding. So many casual plays I've seen on Twitch. People looking for that section. They're like, oh gosh, where do I even go on here? It's always like trying to find where the fort is. You can see it a little bit better here, but you can't really see it on the special edition at all. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, Subsolar. A lot of jams coming in here, coming in hot. Unoptimized soap. Yeah, there's some really good good stuff on the other runs there. Uh-oh. Harmon. How dare you, Harmon. Interrupt me in my rock pushing. I don't want to pull the rock either, if I can avoid it. Unoptimized cooking. That is where that emote comes from. It's based on that particular pot. This has been Behind the Woofs. Your host, the Woofs. I like that there's a couple different ways to do that particular puzzle. I think that's kind of interesting. Let's get to the crack. Where's the crack? It's right here. It's at the Monkey Island Marathon here. Mega Monkey. Use the sturdy stump. Thanks for the good luck, Spade. Catch you a bit later on. So go this way. All right, pick up the bananas. We're going to use the rowboat here, and we are going to dip on out. So the thing with Monkey Island in particular, meaning not the game, but this actual map that we're on now, is that Guybrush moves very, very slow unless you click on an actual action point. So trying to kind of get the screen change there is really key. Clicking on the village makes Guybrush walk a lot faster. I thought that was gonna crash for a second. It was like a weird hold. Alright, we need the bananas. Gonna get yelled at for said banana stealing. Cool. All right. Head to this middle beach here. We need to get Jojo to help us get into the monkey head over here. You can see how slow Guybrush is going when I'm not clicking on the monkey. There we go. In part because of JoJo. Oh, really? I guess that makes sense. Having kind of like a random element that's on there is pretty unique compared to any of the other ones. But there's always a weird Monkey Island, I don't know, map thing. On Monkey 2, that's how Fat Island is. Fat Island kind of behaves very, very weird. I don't know. I guess that was because of the demo, I suppose. The demo was... Oops, that's not what we need. The max one. There we go. Alright, so we just need that idol. Wimpy idol. Now we're dipping out. So I think the last, was it the last Secret of Monkey Island run I did that I had like an epic catacombs? Wonder if we can channel that again. So we'll pop out of here. We'll go back in to do this little interesting goof that section up. Four, two, three, four. Perfect. You can have this leaflet. This should allow us access into here. And of course the navigator head. Banana picker takes another strange look in Escape from Monkey Island when we pick it back up again, but all good. Anyways, we're ready to go into Catacombs now. Fastest speedrun for this game. What is it? It's 2027? Frozen Spade has the record there. Don't know if somebody can do me a favor and look it up. I think it was a 27 or 28 minute run. But yeah, it was Frozen Spade who, oops, got turned snap scroll off there. It was just in here. What are you doing? There we go. a really great run. Highly recommend giving it a shot. It's a good, I don't know, it's a really exciting run. That's a split there. Alright, we are behind a decent amount. We got this. There we go. That was really good. All right, so let's talk to the head of the navigator quick. We basically need the necklace there with the eyes. Small optimization here that I will not be able to do. Is a bit late on it, but you can actually avoid that little cutscene there if you go quick enough. Yeah, the third game is a great one. Great music, great art. The puzzle design is a great one. I love that one. We'll get to that one in due time. For sure. Give me the jug of grog. Thank you. Yeah, I like the third one though. It was the first one that I ever. Oops. It's my favorite line right there. Oh, good. More inventory. But yeah, it was the first Monkey Island game I played, so it always has a special spot. The second one is my absolute favorite, though. Cave. All right, so we did pretty good there. Did pretty good. Almost done here. Favorable zip there. That's good. The one time we use the little doors to speed things up, it's easier, or it's always faster to skip that that particular fight. All right. This is probably the easiest LeChuck fight we'll have. Maybe 3 is just as easy as this one. The only thing you have to be careful here is there's a very small hitbox. So that can be a little bit difficult if you're really up against the wall. You had a really good time sitting there. Worried about it, you can miss that. The little root beer bottle is very tiny. Yeah, Disney, yeah. Yeah, I think that's how they came into it there. What's up, Blabberhoof? Come on in, folks. Glad to see some new faces in here. Appreciate you popping through. Can't use any keyboard inputs for this section here, so we have to kind of use our mouse. Cool. All right, 35:50. So we're a couple minutes back, but we've got plenty of run ahead of us here. That's not a bad time though. That's the one I've practiced the least. I think I did a run of Secret of Monkey Island maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and that was the first time I think this year that I had done one. So not too bad to kick this thing off, but I think things will get a little quicker on the next section, so I'm pretty excited about that. Definitely 1/5 of the way through. Yeah, time-wise, yeah. For sure. My arm is already starting to ache just with the thought of 2 hours of Tales, but that's what we're gonna do here. Alright, where the heck is my Monkey 2 stuff here? I'll make that small for now. Insult sword fighting. Yeah, it can be a little crazy. I was being a little careful and I still managed to have to fight Carla twice, which is a bit annoying, but that's on me. But yeah, you can do, like the optimal strat is like you can go between 3 or 4 pirates, grab their insults, and you're usually good to go. There is a really helpful category for people learning the sword fights and stuff, that there's a thing called Sword Master %, so just beat Carla as fast as you can, and it's good practice for that stuff. But alright, let's get it's not this, so launcher. We'll load the FM Towns version. Oh right, we gotta switch over to the thing. The thing. Yeah, Orson Scott Card. It was like him and his kid that put those together, if I recall correctly. As funny as that is. Some interesting videos out there on it. Alrighty, let's get this in the window. Start with that. Put some tunes on while we get set up here. Sorry, I'm just bringing in the notes and stuff here. I hope everybody's having a lovely day. So I expect there to be a pretty big time save. I hope a pretty good time save. So this was done in 34 minutes. It might be the same. It depends on my level of practice here. But we're going to be doing the run of Monkey 2 on FM Towns instead of Amiga. This last one was done on Amiga. There are some changes to the route. There's a nice big sequence break in here and some other cool things. So we'll try to call that stuff out as we go through there. Are we ready? I think we're ready. You fight like a dairy farmer. How appropriate. You fight like a cow. Alright. Might as well just get to it, right, folks? 3, 2, 1. Oh, this one doesn't have any music, so we will keep the monkey jams going here. So the reason we turn the sound off is pretty simple. It's faster. So there's a really cool thing in Monkey 2 called iMuse. It's a terrible Wally. There we go, thank you. That basically ties a lot of the music to the area that you're in. It kind of blends the music into the area that you are, so you have kind of the same wood tick theme playing here, but it changes a little bit depending on the room that you're in. It blends together. It's a really, really cool thing. Unfortunately, it makes the game run a lot slower because it's also tied into cutscenes. So the problem there is that when the cutscenes are running, we have to wait for certain sound cues. We need to go this way now. Forgot we're doing special edition route because this is FM Towns. Anyways, because we have to wait for those kind of cues and cutscenes and stuff, we end up just kind of sitting there and waiting. But if you turn all the sound off, there's nothing to have to wait for. So a lot of this stuff goes faster. When we're in LeChuck's Fortress, that's probably the biggest time save of this run, with that in mind. Okay, so this is like a modified Monkey Island 2 Special Edition route. Pretty close to it, though. There's a few reasons for that. If you look at my old runs, for instance, there's a bit of a different route. We actually go to the Woody Lady's shack there, but we're not going to need to do that now. It's a little bit too slow. On FM Towns and on DOS versions, the coffin ride there is extremely slow. So we're going to try to avoid that by just doing one trip out, one trip back, and calling it a day. But the coffin ride on Amiga, it might as well be a speedboat, so you can actually do 2 rides faster than you can do, one big ride here, which is kind of interesting. But shouts out to Steve, aka A Way of Life, for kind of figuring out or remembering or whatever ended up happening with this. Trying to remember that there was an FM Towns version that had some weird glitch in it, some weird change in it. Actually turns out that it's a pretty significant sequence break for us. We'll get to it a bit later on, but it skips all of the fisherman stuff, which is pretty handy. Came to him in a dream. How fitting is that? Yeah, it's changed the run yet again. There's been a lot of evolution in this speedrun since I've started doing it, and I'm still a relative newbie, I think, compared to a lot of the other folks out there. So you notice there's kind of a specific walk that we take here. We kind of want to do the zigzag motion that gives us the fastest path up to the grave there. If you just click on it straight up, it will be slower. There's a couple different paths to get there, and the auto pathing is not great. So you kind of want to hold Guybrush's hand a little bit. This time loss is expected. We'll make up the time presumably later on. So just heads up on that. It's our first Voodoo Lady of the day. That's a really fun dialogue to get through. There's a ton that you can skip if you're really careful. Quick, and all that stuff. So basically you're ripping through text with one hand and you're skipping cutscenes with the other, but you can't do them at the same time, because game won't allow more than one input in at the same time, so there's a kind of a cool ebb and flow that happens with that run. Alright, so we are just about ready to get off of Woodtick here. We got a couple more things to do. It's a good rat there. It's a very good rat. The rat beats you back, to that spot there, the rat can just go running wherever it wants to, and you gotta kind of like, I don't know, be ready to kind of box it in a little bit. That was really, really good there. We actually can't go back through here, can we? Alright, lovely. So we just need to get the job here, as we need the money. Go around the back here. Cool. Yeah, you can't leave Woodtick without the money. So you need to pay Dread, and you need to get him the monocle, and then obviously get Largo out of here. Those are kind of the 3 conditions to move on to the next area. The money is easy to forget, I feel like, though. But we should be all set to go here. I said, oh wow, you're gonna, I don't know, we're gonna lose time on that first split. I just noticed it was gold, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So there's a specific walk you want to do here. The diagonal down, I use this little black dot there, the little black pixel as my spot, and then kind of zigzag down. The more diagonals you can give Guybrush on a bigger map like that, the faster he'll go. Obviously, diagonals fastest point between 2 spots, but also the animation is quick, and you just want to get moving like that if you can. Alright, we need to go to Booty Island first, I believe. Booty of the Horn now, I guess? Is that the other one? Oh, you know what? I was supposed to go to Fat. That's okay. No big deal. I wonder how that's going to affect our inventory later on. It's not too big of an issue or anything, but it will be different. I forgot to set a bed up here. It's all good. Alright, that was 4. Okay, 19er. 19 red is the number, and the number, of course, is 19 red. Red. Oops. It's one thing ahead of where I wanted to be there. No biggie, no biggie. Oh, we're good. Alright, back in 19 red is our number here. Take the invitation, as we always do. Alright, we're gonna head to Scab Island now. So this is where my brain starts to melt on this route, because this is incredibly different than my normal route for this game. Because we are cutting out the section of this where we go talk to the fishermen. We have to go get the fish from Booty Island, right? From the chef that chases you around the mansion. We're cutting all of that stuff out here because of a kind of an exclusive thing that we can do on FM Towns. And that's basically cutting out that whole section. It's pretty cool. Okay, we need a yellow and blue makes green, right? Start a double. I'm playing too much Sam and Max here. Oops. Cool, alright, let's go. Mix those together now. Previously on the older routes, I would wait to do this until after I talk to the fishermen, but because we're not going to talk to the fishermen, we just won't do that. Couldn't remember where the where the invitation was. Quick shout out to Rickety Rabbit, the Rickety Rabbit gang. Hardest working guy in the biz. Get our crypt key here. Oops, pick up the crypt key though. Pick up the crypt key if we could. Thank you. This is where our thing here is going to be a little different because of the route we took. That's fine. A little bit extra scrolling never hurt anybody. Normally you can get the horn, the drink, and the straw all on the same kind of two lines there. Oh, we can get it. Yeah, I don't know if I have to reset, so we'll do this for safety. Must have just missed the wind there. All good. The wind is RNG. Okay, so we're gonna head in here now to get to the mansion. Good turnaround. Get our map. We'll get ready to meet Elaine. Do a bit of groveling. Oh, jeez. That was a particularly bad grovel, but we got through that. There's a couple double answers in there, which is always nice. Anyways, we need to pick up the ore. We're actually not going to ever stand on the ore or break the ore or anything like that. We are going to just take it, because we need it for a trick bit later on. Okay, so that's actually a sequence break that we just did. You may not have noticed it. And fair enough, it's a really subtle one. But by doing that cutscene there, we've actually skipped the section where we need to basically have the fishing pole, go to the bottom cliff down here, this area down here, and then kind of have to fish up the map piece. We've just skipped it. The map piece is just now straight up in the big tree. I'm going to save here just to be safe. Alright, here's a cool trick here. We're just going to hover. Like I said, we're not planning on breaking the ore at all. We do need the ore in general. But we're just gonna kind of go ahead and do a little Jedi Guybrush fun here, and then we will zip up to the top. Kind of an awesome trick there. And there's our map piece that we didn't fish for. So we kind of just whipped this thing around to the very end, which is good, and that should put us in an okay spot here. That saves us having to get everything repaired and all this stuff. There's just a lot of things that we can get rid of now. Alright, so we need to finish our purchasing here. Grab this sign. Just to set that up, we will give the spit plaque to this guy. And then we will leave. We're going to prep a certain book. 3484. 3484. Yeah, it's a bit crazy, right? That's a pretty bad one. I guess they just assumed no one would try to skip the cutscenes, but I mean, pretty bold assumption though, just knowing people, right? And that's not like it's a tiny mistake or something. That's a chunk of the game that we just don't have to do anymore. I don't know what was going on in that one. All right. We're nearly to the coffin guessing, folks. We're almost there. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I have decided that no one will ever do this. It's not what I intend. I don't know if I can get a prediction set up here before this pops off. I don't think so. Okay, we managed to get it off. 30 seconds, so it's a quick one. But if you want to bet on what coffin we're going to get, feel free. It's something we usually do here. So there's 5 coffins that Rapscallion could possibly be in. 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1 is the fastest, 5 is the slowest. It's all based on the distance from the entrance to the crypt in Scab Island. If you're interested, feel free to pop a quick bet in there. Very quick bet. We'll see what happens. Not 1. It's not 2, not 3. It's a 4. It's a big 4. Sorry. PB'd on 4 many times, actually, strangely enough. Sorry for the quick one there. But that was an afterthought. I'm in like the speed running mode at this point, so these little bets around there. But we'll do the banjo betting as usual on the next game. Come on. Trying to get fancy with these like frame perfect window to window. This is always the scariest part of the run, I think, this little section here. To do that section just right, you gotta be just so on it. It's very fun and satisfying if you get it right, but it's a little scary. Because if you don't, you lose a ton of time. Ooh, Brick Brick. Who guessed Brick Brick? So the bricks on the side there are all random which brick you get. That one that's in the frame is the best possible one to get. Call that Brick Brick. Alright, so we have coffin 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's kind of the setup here. So 4 is a bit far away, but we can make it work. PB'd with 4, PB'd with 5. But I think the difference between 1 and 5 is something like 10, 12 seconds, maybe a smidge more. Can't remember now. All right, just a quick conversation here with the Voodoo Lady. Did we get the, There we go. So you can actually get out of a cutscene by clicking on the screen above where the dialogue tree is, which is what just happened there. I don't know if there's a use for that in this particular run, but you do use it in some other stuff. Kind of get out of something quick. Alright, we get to talk to Rapscallion here. So I'll do it there, actually. So that conversation ends, but you just kind of end up staring at the coffin. So by clicking out of there, you get an opportunity to just kind of dip out a little quicker. All right, let's use that snob, you snob. Okay, we're just picking up the final map piece now from Rap, and then we'll head over to Wally to sort of decode the situation here. Do our best here to try to get through this quickly. It is a bit of a shame that we have the music turned off for this game. I think Monkey 2 has an excellent soundtrack. One of my favorites. But these are the things you gotta do for a speedrun. What? There we go. Okay, we skipped enough of that. Time to head into the fortress here. And we lost a lot of time there. I don't know if anybody was around for the last marathon. I wonder what coffin we had. I do not recall. Alright, what do we got here? Rib leg, rib head, rib leg, rib head. Rib leg, rib head. Oh, of course. Wow. That was a pretty trolly bone puzzle there. That's a shame. Sheesh. This is the biggest time save of having the sound off, is this particular room here. So the little cutscene that plays after we escape here takes a really, really long time to get through because there's a lot of score that comes through. But on this version, as you can see, it's just boom, we're done. It's like a 10 or 15 second time save, having the time off, or having the music off just right here. Cracker with the parrot. Munch, munch, munch. And now we head into the jungle. I always like to call this out, but there's a weird thing. I just broke open the bottle there. If you use the bottle with the crowbar, you actually don't stop walking. But if you use the crowbar with the bottle, you do stop walking. There's a little cutscene that happens. It's a bit of a weird one. This has actually been an okay dinky considering, no, so it always gets a little hairy every once in a while, but this has been decent. Gotta hope for a good LeChuck here. The LeChuck fight, for those that don't know, is all RNG here. It is a bit of a crazy thing that we'll try to do our best to save our way to a good LeChuck. Great Scott. But you never really know. Sometimes the defense is strong. It's been a while since I've had to prep the light switch here. We'll see how we do. So the visual cue on this is where the lock is on the chest that we're holding now. Before basically we grab it, basically. When it's kind of on the little pedestal there. If you hover over that spot, you should be good to go. I'm wondering if this version of this song that we're listening to now is going to have the Dominic Armano, or is it Armano or Armato? Can't remember. Anyways, Guybrush's voice reading the logs. If so, I'll I'll go quiet for a little bit while we listen to it. It's a great little intro. It might just be a mashup of the beginning in general, though. I know. Find out right here. Oh, it's just a mashup. Cool, that was a good start. Section is a little crazy. Anyway, there's a ton of things that I need to do. We getting double eagles here, folks? Or is this a Susan B day? This is the question. A wheat back? Ah. Oh. No wonder we're behind by a little bit here. Cursed run. So we're doing all these things in this kind of order here. It's basically have the very last thing we need to put into the bag, the beard. Oh shoot, you know what? I did not save there, which is a bit of a bummer. Of course. What am I missing here? Am I missing anything? Did the doll, did the skull. Yeah, we're good to go. Cool. So by making the beard the last piece that we put in here, we can actually kind of glitch the game out a little bit. Because you're really not supposed to do this cutscene inside the elevator. So you'll see on this section here, he just disappears, then reappears, walks in, walks out. Kind of a weird thing, but it's actually a lot faster. Than the alternative, so that is why we do it. The music being turned off also saves the arrival time, or I guess pushes the arrival time to be a bit quicker for the dog there. Cool. Oops. Pause. There we go. Okay, cool. So that was a 35:06. That's an okay time, actually. Fortunately, lost some time over the first one. I wasn't expecting that, but that's it's okay. We'll keep moving, keep pushing it. A 22:59. It's a really good curse time. That's gonna be brutal to run against. But a 1:30, 90-minute escape time. This is where we'll get our time back, I think. What's our time here for the rest of these? 27. Okay, yeah, this run is very much still alive, folks. This run is very much still alive. But now our any percent Mega Monkey challenge has the FM Towns times logged in there. We did get a whole bunch of golds, which is cool. I think that's going to be helpful down the line, obviously. Cool. All right, let me just bring up the rest of the notes here because we need to get the Curse of Monkey Island ready to go here while I stretch my back out. So I remember this route pretty much because we've done a bunch of runs of this recently. The question is, will it be fast? A 22:59 is what we have for Monkey 3. That is a good time. I think this was done at the peak of my curse running previously. So that is something to consider. But hope everybody's doing good. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having fun. I always enjoy these little speedrun challenges here. Shouts out again to Archie for the redemption. What coffin will the run have? So this was a coffin 4. So we'll send that out. I will do one more new prediction here in just a moment while we get this loaded up. Get rid of that. Bring in the new run. All right. You can hear it, but can you see it? Cool. There we are. All right. We will do the usual one here. So the next bet that we usually put up on these for curse is the first banjo string to be played of the 4 options that I've provided. So if we hit string number 3, which is not an option, it's the first one that's not number 3. Feel free to dump some stuff in there if you like. If not, no big deal. Hope everybody's doing well. I realize I'm still set to Secret of Monkey Island. Let's move it over to Curse now. Curse of Monkey. Nope. Okay. So we're starting a minute and 40 seconds behind. This is going to be a tough one to get time back on, I think. But as long as we're, you know, respectable leaving this, there's a ton of time in the back 2 games that I think we can take advantage of. And it'll be an interesting run on the next one, I think. If we are able to close the gap and bring this thing back, this is going to be such a weird run to go against for the next marathon when it happens. Okay, so we do this in Mega Monkey. Mega Monkey is the version that we run against for the marathon, or the challenge, whatever you want to call it. I think out of safety, let me just have... Okay, I already have it up. Beautiful. Perfect. I think we're set. The other thing is that we do not run with the song playing, unfortunately. This version of Curse of Monkey Island thinks that it's doing it in Spanish. As you can see, this is in English here. But the international versions of this game do not include the song at all. It's kind of interesting. I guess it was hard to understand, oh, what are we going to rhyme with this? How do we do the jokes the same way? So instead, yeah, but it's only in English. So running in English is actually like 2.5 minutes slower than running in any other language. But thankfully, shouts out to Leo. There's a great guide on how to change your English version, if you're an English speaker like myself, to remove the song and not have to learn another language or kind of like learn the run in a different language. I started doing it in Spanish, but yeah, no need now. But anyways, that's just a little trick for you. Let's get it going. Are you ready? 3 and a 2 and a 1. Let's go.
Blast ye scurvy dog!
Oops.
Can I? Hey, it's Tom. Yeah. What? Yes. Just that.
Ándale. Arriba. Oh, jeez. I normally don't have an issue with that one. It's this one, the third one. That's gonna be a bit brutal. They're gonna get us killed. Again. Ooh. There we go. Struggling with that one. Holy moly. Okay, we need to use the cutlass here with the rope. Use this.
Hey. Hey.
Out and in. The best strings. There we go. Yeah, 30K, that's no joke.
Thank you. What you would? But I where and what? No, I so
Alright, so this one's always an interesting one to
I don't need it.
to get.
I don't need it.
That I already picked it up. Well, that helps. This is an interesting one because the P key becomes the U key in this one, so everything's used now and rather than pick up. So that's an adjustment that you have to make. Ooh, we get the hour marker there. Dum, 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 dum. Alright, here's the warping. The warping is about to intensify here. Why is the jawbreaker down here? Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't think that I gave a pat over to what's his face back there? Okay, we've got everything set here. Gonna unlock this little spot there. Scissors with this area here. We did miss that split there. Come on.
It makes I feel queasy enough just being in.
Okay, grab this, stick those together. Use this with the rock. And then use this. Very worried that I missed an item here. Hopefully I did not. Right. I do have a reservation. I have a piece of gum. Alright, so we're good. We need to get that popped. Money, calavera. Okay, so you're just going to... Where's the gum? This game glitched out?
Tastes like.
There's no gum here. So when you chew the gum, there's supposed to be a chewed gum item. And it's not here. Well, we can't finish the run without the gum. And when I was like, oh, we're missing an item, that was what it was, but I... Let's see if we do the whole thing here. I'm playing on basic mode. Oh, jeez. Oh, I have the tooth. Okay, well. This will be a little bit of time loss. Right, okay. Alright, let's do it again. What an annoying time loss that was. Starting the wrong category.
Can I? What? It's here. Here. That.
Darned. So, little known fact is I actually have not done a normal percent run of this game ever. That's the one category of Monkey Island that I have not done yet. As funny as that is. That makes sense. Everything seemed a little weird. Alright, this is gonna be a really long split, but we're hopefully gonna get through it.
Hey.
What a weird run we're having today, huh? I knew we were gonna lose some time. Did not expect this much time.
Thank you. But you, I. Where? No, no. You.
That makes more sense, because there's the paste I wanted to pick up before. Okay. Darn.
Looks like there's a. I'd hate people. Well. Ahoy! It. I don't want to smack him around.
Well, that's why the Jawbreaker was just sitting there. All these things starting to make a little bit more sense now. I was like, did I find something crazy? No, I'm just playing on easy mode.
No. It's in a. It makes.
The inventory is very friendly in that version. Everything just sits on the same screen, which is kind of great.
Hey.
Okay, yeah. Boom and boom.
Oh, that's made my voice sound.
Okay, that's how we do this on Mega. That is how we do that on Mega Monkey. We finally made it, though. Bit of a detour there. Got to see the game a couple times. That's really frustrating. Forgot to do the biscuit cutter over here. Right after you blow it up, you have to do it on this screen. Okay, finally, we've gotten to the banjo. Okay, it's 4. This has been a tough day for you, Casey, in terms of betting, I think. I think the first one is 1, 2. Sorry. Hey, Summer. Welcome on in. Welcome back. It has been okay. We had a little bit of a snafu here. On Curse of Monkey Island, as you can probably see by the splits here, but... we're gonna work through it. Run's not dead. Not dead till I say it's dead. But I accidentally started playing this in easy mode instead of hard mode. A little bit of a cadence there. Things are changing for the better, I hope. You're a pretty good boy. So I basically had to restart the game again. Come on. There it is. The hitbox moves, and it's completely hidden anytime that Van Helgen puts the banjo behind his head. Yeah, I can't either. I can't either. There's definitely nothing as big as that, but I also think that
The plug is all pasty now.
there's some good stuff in this. There are some opportunities for us to catch back up. Like, I don't think that the escape time was at the usual caliber, so I'm wondering if that will be a spot for me to catch up. I love Mr. Fosse. He's a funny character. Okay, well, we are gonna do our El Pollo Diablo stuff here. Plonk. Okay. Well, actually, where are we going? We're going to the beach, right? Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Quiet. Night. I've got enough.
9-minute time save. Yeah, we'll definitely have to try to get that in there. Oh wow, it looked like vamped there. But this little theme here, the Brimstone Beach theme, is one of my all-time Monkey Island tunes.
Oh, gee.
Oh boy! Gee willikers.
Oh, my. That'll...
It's fine.
Okay, cup. Cool, that actually was a nice split there. Thank you, Monkey. Monkey's applauding. Let's go. All right. Let's do it. Pirate I was meant to be, trim the sails and roam the sea. Okay, doesn't have anything. Good first pirate. You're stupid. Okay, cremated. Take it. Died. Okay. Okay, nothing on negligee. Nothing on cremated. We got died. Okay, we have 2. Repartee. Celebrated. Cool. Gonna see if we can save some time here. I have no idea how sword fighting went on the last one. Ooh, some sweet jams coming in here. That's cremated. Thanks, Bill. Hey, you love buffet. Fortified. Thank you for the sub. Thanks so much. One of these times, this guy will have negligee. Mark my words. Cremated we have. Mortified would be good. Okay. Died. Do we have died yet? We do. It's formaldehyde. Repartee. Okay, we got through the first pirate. That was actually pretty valuable time there. We've got 4 full answers now. No one knows negligee, though. Okay. Waste of time there. It's on to the next one. So winning is not really as important as getting some answers. Cremated, we have died, we have repartee we want. There we go, that's 5. Created, that's a new one. Petrified, that's a new one. Okay, that was helpful. Okay, that's negligee, that's 6. Perforated is new. Petrified we have, but we do not have the answer for. Okay, now we need to get some throwbacks here. Okay, there's buffet, that's 7. Perforated, yeah, we don't have an answer for that one. Touche. All right. Perforated, petrified, mortified. We have died. We have. Let's do touche. Cool. Night and day. Homicide. We don't have yet. Could go. We could go. We could go. Okay, there's day. Yeah, we're good. We're good on this. We'll finish this fight and we'll go. We'll do it. We've got 9. 9 should be plenty. Sissified. Of course, we don't have that one. Good start. Nauseated. Don't have that one. Tough one. That one we got. That's suffocated. We need 5. That's 1. Unlucky on this. Okay, that's buffet, which is boneless fillet.
Nothing on this earth.
That's died, which we should have somewhere, yes?
Oh yeah.
Okay, apparently we don't have that one.
I can't tell which of my traits has you the most.
Intimidated, that's infuriated, and guess what? We don't have that one. Bad luck on these today.
Then
My attacks.
with your
So we got 2.
Your stench.
Irritated is decaffeinated, don't have that.
I give you a choice.
Decapitated is fumigated.
You have the sec.
Fiance. One more.
My skills with it.
when I
Don't have that.
When I'm done, you'll.
Putrefied. Don't have that.
I have never lost a melee.
who is
Never before have I faced
Oh
someone.
my gosh, you gotta be kidding me.
I
Mother!
Yo mother!
Oh,
Unbelievable.
Your lip.
when I
Your looks.
when I'm
Never before have I faced.
when I
Your stench would make an outhouse.
when I'm
I can't tell which of my traits.
when I
My skills with a sword are.
when I
Wow.
Your lips look.
I don't know if I've ever had such a bad run of this.
Your stench would make an.
with your
We've got over half the
You're
answers.
a disgrace to yourself.
Dignified, identified.
at least
This is just terrible luck.
When I'm done, you.
when I
Nothing can.
Spray, we've got somewhere.
support your local
Oh shoot. Of course I clicked the wrong one there.
I can't tell.
That one's on me for sure.
I look
You'll find.
Sit stay.
You have this.
I look
Never before have I faced.
with your
5th time's
I
the
have
charm.
Never.
when I
Yo mother! What's up, Groban?
My attacks.
with your
I can't tell.
I look
This is horrendous.
Your lips.
I
You'll find I'm.
then be
My attack.
with your
When I'm.
I look
Your lip.
when I
Your look.
I look
You have this.
I look
Nothing on.
the only
So
You-
you.
we got
Did it, folks.
where's your what
We did it.
there's
Good gravy. Yabada! That's such a good part. All right, we're gonna be cooking now. Let's cook. Let's get this thing going. It's not over until I say it's over, and it's not over yet. It's not over yet. There's so much game left. I promise. There's a lot left. It's gonna just make for a spicy, gonna make for a very spicy, next challenge. Following challenge, that's all. I'm gonna grab the thing here. We could do that because we can just warp here. We'll do full pepper, pepper, pepper.
Boy. I found this. This is some of the. Give me. Hey.
On my little umbrella, thank you very much. Alright, so this goes here. This goes.
I'm not hungover. It just occurred if I. No. Yeah.
Must have done something weird with the inventory. I guess not picking the magnet up when I'm supposed to. It's throwing some stuff off.
There. I'm not hungover.
I feel great. Okay, okay, okay. One final nail. Grab the book. Alright, we need to talk once more here. Hearty beef and potato.
What do you? Well, you're.
Okay. Just gotta get through this next section here. All good. Everything's fine. Don't panic. You can panic a little bit if you want to, but be alright. It's all part of the process. The dramatic comeback, right?
Murray.
Ooh. We need to go in here to grab our cheese, our death certificate. We need to talk to the fortune teller here. Get our cards.
Tell me what's the. I'm feeling. Hit me. How about this?
Crowbar. The crowbar.
Oh. Me.
We'll just check in. Block of tofu. Do not need the auger, we just need the mug. Though, there we go.
That looks like a mask.
Okay, we need our cheese. Fill up both cups here. Big scoop.
It's full of sugar water.
And one more big scoop.
It's
Real quick while I'm thinking about it.
I don't-
Snag
there.
that.
it's what?
Okay, this can go in the post. I have forgotten the mirror, so we'll grab that really quick. What? That was weird. Okay, it was just a slight detour there. Oh. Even longer detour now. Normally we do this when we come back down after the first visit. Yeah, we're good now. We go up to the extra room up there. We'll snag this on the way down. I just forgot about it. Alright, anyways. Golly. It's been a tough day for runs. A tough day for the runs.
I'd like a ride.
If you find me one.
Oh. Right.
Okay. Cool. Like. Hey, neat. It points science is fun. It points north. Always. I'd like a... Hello. Would you... Oh yeah.
Where?
If I...
As you do.
Sounds...
You
How sure?
have
No.
the very
Yeah.
good.
Alright, we got a gold. At least we got something going here. That was fast for once, right?
I...
We take those. We take those.
Let's...
Okay, we go boom with
It's a
boom.
massive diamond engagement ring. Isn't
Ele-
the... See?
Very-
How... Oh. Ha. Hi. You call... I have... Got...
I feel like one of the splits is a little weird here, but that's fine.
Give me
You went for the anchor?
What? Now it's a heavy... Now I've got a heavy pie pan...
I can't. What? It's not even a real anchor.
I'm a real talking skull.
After all we've been through together.
No way, no way, no way. He doesn't fight fair. He fights.
Fine.
I don't need it. I shaved last week. What kind of...
I love it.
Nice noise there.
That meringue looks tasty. Neat. Rope.
Alright, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Shump. Run may be behind, but jump still remains. There's no substitute for a good jump. Alright, we just gotta wait for LeChuck to show up here. And then we are out of this. We're out of this thing. Looks like this was a particularly bad split on the PB as well. Cool. Yeah, that was a huge time save at the end. Something must be weird with those splits. We'll take the minute and 15-second time save, though. I'm fine with that. I will take that. Okay. So, that was a bit of a nightmare of a game there. This is something that should only take me, like, you know, on a... I don't know. I was expecting this to be around 30 minutes, but we ended up tacking on an extra 7 because I started in normal mode instead of Mega Monkey mode. And of course, this is the Mega Monkey challenge. It has to be done in Mega Monkey, right? So we have an incredibly big League Chew split there where we had tacked on 6 minutes, and then of course we had some pretty unlucky sword fighting there. The sword fighting is really disappointing because we had 9 full answers. You only need to get 5. 9's usually pretty good.
Run, mortal.
We lost like 5 fights in a row. So really, I don't know. That's a bummer. That's a huge bummer.
Do you hear me? I shall return.
I'm just getting my notes set up for escape here, and then we'll get this thing cooking here.
You would have made a lousy undead monster anyway. I'm going to wait for an owner who understands my need to bring fear and pestilence on the likes of you.
All right, goodbye, Murray. We'll see you in a few games here. Okie dokie. It's everybody's favorite. Escape from Monkey Island. Ooh, this is gonna be weird because I didn't actually start my... Oh, actually, this is gonna be really, really weird. That's okay. I gotta remember to do this for the next time I do this here. So it's gonna be very hard for me to split. Reason being is that my computer thinks Escape from Monkey Island is a virus. And it overtakes all commands basically when you're using escape. There's no, like, I can't split basically during it because my split button will not work unless I'm clicked in like anywhere outside of the window. So when I'm splitting, you'll notice it'll go and then come back in, so there'll be a minor freeze. That's because I'm clicking out to split and then clicking back in. I forgot to open live split as an administrator. You can avoid it that way, and then it just becomes a normal situation. But yeah, this is where we're at right now. To agree with your PC. Yeah. I mean, it's a game. It is a game. And we can that much is true. It is a game. All right, so we're running against a 1 hour 31 minute run here. This is this escape section. My PB is 56 minutes and change, so there is a very good possibility we can make up a bunch of time on this particular run. Now, I'm gonna have to do good, and that's the scary part because doing good has been a struggle for me today. But 30 minutes, you know, is pretty good. If we can get this thing down to an hour, I'd be very, very happy. Or even like a 70-minute run, get 20 minutes back. That might be all we need. Sorry, I'm just put some tunes on the back here. Bringing up my notes. There's like a couple different things I need to bring up for this game because we have Monkey Combat, of course. And not only do we have monkey combat, we've got the whole rest of the run to remember here. But anyways, be sure you're stretching out, getting some water and stuff here. I'm trying to get like a good stretch in between each of these runs, but this is where we're at these days, right? All right. Shall we? If we don't have like a crash or something, I think I'll be happy. And thanks again for to Bill for the resub, Danzig for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support, folks. Nice to see everybody in here. I hope the runs turn around. This has been a really interesting day for speedrunning, but we'll see how it goes. Just check my loads. So we got plenty here. So we're at top of page 17. Good to know, because we do need to do some save loading to make sure that the game doesn't crash on us. Oops. Started the game without actually meaning to start the game. Love that, love that. Let's get it reloaded in here. So this is my computer being like, are you sure you wanna do this? Like, this is Escape from Monkey Island. Like, you know what you're getting into? Alright, so what I'm gonna do, because I can't split otherwise, is I'm gonna start the timer, click in, and then go. So we'll start like that. And here we go. And we've completed the tutorial. Let's go. Okie dokie. Can I remember the route? I think I can. So first off, we need to get into the cheese arm wrestling here. Arm wrestling. So just pop over, grab that camera angle, and then we'll talk to Mr. Cheese.
What's your name?
And what? Now that... Because it...
So this is a bit of RNG.
I'm a... Well... I'm a...
So hopefully get some good answers here. Been a bad day for RNG, though. Spineless creatures. Okay, it's one. Aim dip. Lethal weapons. Ladder control. Tree trunks. Boy. There we go. Split. Let's go. Okay.
Listen. What's the...
Dead. First casualty of this speedrun right there. Okay, we're good. It looks like I didn't split at all actually on the other run, so I must have done the same exact thing on the last one. But I'm gonna put the times down this time. We're gonna do it. So we're gonna skip through all this dialogue here, ideally. That creates a good cycle for us as we do the next section. So we want to put the inner tube on the cactus. It's like the big puzzle here, and then because of skipping that that bit of dialogue, that should allow us to get a favorable matchup here, ideally.
Hey there.
It's good enough. Good enough. But if you talk to him too early, you'll have to just stand there and wait. It's like, oh, let me do something first, and then you have to kind of just lose time there. but that was fine. Skipping dialogue is it's pretty straightforward. It's like in other games. Holding period down will get you through the dialogue, but there are times where it just decides to say, yeah, we're done with that input. And that is one of those sections, so I kind of do like a press, beat, kind of thing. Okay. Camera, please. The hardest part of this game is battling the camera. We'll scribble here.
Ahoy there.
What kind of... We live up... Thanks.
Okay, so we're out. We're back. We're going back in again. Go through this door. This will bring us over here
Ahoy
to
there.
Otis and Carla.
I'm Holly.
Oops, that's actually not the right line, is it?
I don't...
Boom, boom.
Guybrush...
A brand new car.
This not if we...
Probably should hotkey in the gubernatorial symbol, so I'll do that right now really quick. It's 5 now. Alright, so now we need to be very careful here. We're gonna save. We're gonna load. If we don't do this, the game will crash. You cannot go to the dock twice in one playthrough. It is a really fun one to get through. Oops, why did I give you pretzels? Because they're delicious, that's why.
I need a ship. No boat.
How difficult is it to escape from Monkey Island? What's up, Wilden? It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to get through this game, I have to say. Oh, we have a split. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Oops, actually, I take that back. We... Boom, boom. Yeah, this is where we're at now. Missed a split in there somewhere. Welcome on in, Wilden.
Welcome. Fine.
Yes. Hopefully, this is where all our time save hopefully is going to be here. Here's hoping. Did I go back too far on those? Looks like I may have.
It's an old cracked sword. Top of the world, ball! There seems to...
Get the grog.
It's a large packing sponge.
Oh, this is why you grab the sword last.
That doesn't need to be sliced up.
Bottom hinge me, please. Okay, here we go. Goofed it.
Come on.
There we are. Sorry, just doing a little bit of splitting there. Okay. Yeah, it's all monkeys all day here. All monkeys all day. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Pretty.
tapping into some deep parts of my brain here. Try to remember this route. I remember most of it, which is what's good, but it takes one thing to get thrown off here, and that is what you don't want.
Hey, stop that. I'll just...
Use with... Oh. Use the flower.
Aye.
Aye.
Damn. Don't. Not too.
Alright, this can go to 1. This can go to 1. Platypus.
What?
That's really funny, Mike. Oh wait, you know what we need to do first here is this section. Excuse me.
It says
Mindy, Ned, Larry. Mindy, Ned, Larry.
Welcome home. Oh, you don't. Then you. Free. Larry. Mindy. Ned.
Ned.
That makes.
What would the Terra Monkey challenge be, I wonder?
I don't need an entire at most.
Did I hear something? Nope.
That doesn't need fake skin.
Yeah, we don't have that one yet. We'll be making a trip over to the bait shop soon. Yeah, the route carries that a little bit later on. You're 100% right, though. That's like the last thing that we need for it. So we decide to visit Dave's house of prostheses a few times because it's closer to the entrance of that area, basically, so it's a little bit faster. Rather than the bait shop is tucked away in a spot where we really can't I can't see much, or can't, I don't know, it just adds more time to moving around. Brain is very scattered right now, apologies. Let's see, Scupperware, need it. Door, need to go through it. Yeah, we're basically just saving a little bit of time, because we can get through this section here. Right from there.
Yes. Notice that. Thank you. Yes. Where?
Took me a second to remember how to do this puzzle. Wonder what we're gonna get here.
Fringe candidate.
Ooh, fringe candidate. That's my favorite of the bunch. That's such a funny insult. Alright, so we were talking about the bait shop before. This is our bait shop visit here.
No.
Actually, we need to do 1 with the bait. Then we need to pick up the bait. Use this with
There. Now my
this.
bait will stay fresh.
Then we need the hand. The
Hmm.
termite circus. Back in my day, you only needed 10 Mega Monkey. Oh wait, we can head out of here, can't we? Need the directions. We need the directions, that's it. I'm gonna focus on the run here. I've been trying to crack jokes. Alright, let's do it. So we can go here, we can go here, and we can do the thing. Just realized I did not have this ready to go.
Bang! It's fish and flour.
Are we missing something?
Bang! It's fish and flour.
What did I miss here?
There. That should make the concoction smell interesting.
Just forget to do that a little bit. Come on.
Woo! Guess I'm Mikey J. Stemley. It's Mikey.
MJS. That's a hilarious one. Unfortunately, no buns, but we'll take that great, take that great name.
It's some sort. They're direct. Weird. Looks more like a train schedule to me.
All right, let's dip. Yeah, I'm a bit out of practice as well, so it wouldn't surprise me if I did something out of order there. I think that's correct, though. I think I just forgot to add the shavings in. What are we doing? This is a 350. That's a north. This is an okay board. It's not perfect, but it's alright. One on the money is an east. 210 is another north. Bummer.
Hey, Guybrush, I need your help.
Oh crap, what are we gonna do here, huh?
What do you think? Oh,
Dummy. Okay, dummy.
if you're 93, I guess you really.
Dummy 93. Okay. Dummy 93. This section's so scary when you're out of practice. It's scary when you're in practice. You're in good shape. Going east here. 255 is east. Continue on. I missed the walk in there, but this is a, was it 4 something? 440?
Hey, Guybrush. Here, what's this?
Safety save.
Are you? Oh no! I just tore apart the fabric.
Yeah, that's why I did that. That's why we saved. I must have been gun first, I guess.
Oh, you'll need this.
That's why you save there, folks. I had a feeling that I was gonna go a little hairy there. Get a little bad. I think we're gonna have a west coming up here. I think that's the only one that's left. Is there one more north? No. I think it'll be west. So this section, when, like I said, when you're in good practice for the speed run, there's like kind of a flow you can do it where you save everything. It's 110 west. But you can kind of stick everything on a kind of a hotkey, and that is really helpful because you can just kind of whip through it. But I actually did it in reverse, which is why I was like, I better save just in case. It's my brain. My brain is failing me right now. But we're all good here. There's our duck. Window, please. Here we have a split here. There we go. Where's that mist? There we go.
I don't. Well, in.
Okay, from here, where do we go? Pegnose's hideout. We're heading back to the House of Sticks again, if I recall correctly. So we need to get this set up with the termites. I think we're all set to go into the hideout as well, so we just need to wait for us to be able to leave. Oh, where's the camera? There it is. Knew it was coming.
What are you?
Uh,
That's right. And ha.
It's very nice. Lots of booty. Didn't get the good warp there, but that's fine.
Hey, that must be where.
So that's just a little optimization there where you can leap into the water and then prep some of the, well, prep your inventory here. Great fish. So this is a bit of RNG. The fish show up whenever they want to, and it's usually never at a good time. So that's really, really good luck on that for once. Okay, cool. We're just about able to get off this island here. Get out of house arrest or island arrest, whatever you want to call it. All right. A Lua bar coming up next. This will be fun. Okay. I have to say this hasn't gone terrible so far.
I don't know. That's not.
Alright, meat hook first if I recall. Am I right? I hope.
gotta use.
This is like the one blind spot on this run. I think we're good.
I don't think he would like that very much.
You need the paintbrush. That's the main reason for coming here. Alright, we head back here again.
I need some money if I want a grog. I'm not picking that up. I'm not picking. I can't use this. Hey,
There we go. Forgot I need. This is a Ben Jordan like puzzle from Ben Jordan 1 all over again here. Of Pog to cringe. I don't know. We're this is the best run we've had so far, I think. I don't know if we're in full Pog mode here, but I think we're sitting right in the middle.
good guess. That.
On an I have no. I
Stop doing.
There we go. This is a tricky little dialogue to get through. We got there, though.
What would you like? As you wish.
Okie dokie. So we got our extra heirloom things here that we're going to use to get off this island. First, we need to do the Lua Bar. Lua Bar is always fun.
This seat is all wet.
We're going to try the good strat here.
Sure. You tried.
There.
We have the hotkey going on here this time.
It'd probably kill me if I went around misusing this.
Fly brush.
Speaking of which.
Pressing business.
That's right.
Oops. Go, go, go. We're not going to make it, unfortunately. That's okay. So if you're fast, you can get that. You can get back to the seat before before the flaming boat comes around. We'll have to wait for one more lap. There's a bunch of cool things you can actually do in the Lua Bar that are not all worth it, but they're all. I don't know. It's an interesting place in here. Because I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff that's just come up that,
Doesn't need painting.
oh, well, we're doing one more lap. Scenic route. Yeah, now that we know that this is from Sam and Max, that's, I like that. Good ear. Should be good enough, please. We want it to be right in front of the painting. That's our goal here. So you can try to juke out this, the chef here. I'm gonna play it a little bit safe there because I'm a little out of practice.
Here, some smirky Alec has gemmed their works.
Yeah, we're good. Cool. I think we're ready to leave. phase through the door there. We're gonna do a quick save load. Otherwise the game will crash. Again, we can't go to the docks twice in one go, so we need to be very careful about how we handle this section here. Alright, the earrings go first if I recall. And the painting? Cool. That section was good. This has been steady. I mean, we're not going to break my PB, I don't think, on this, but this has been overall so far a really good run. Good enough for a marathon type run, which is solid. We do have a decent amount of RNG still to contend and all kinds of other fun stuff. Diving, we've got the rocks, and then we have monkey combat, of course. So we'll have to hope for the best here, of course, but see what happens. Crazy!
Very good. Good luck.
Crazy! Very good. Have to be crazy to run this game, I think. I love it. Talk to little Guybrush.
Do I... Talk to the... Thank you.
Could you help me? I better put these away.
Is the pentagram ready? I do not have a pentagram ready. I have my grid going. I thought about doing it, but then I was like... just since forgotten.
This is it. One, my name.
Might have time to draw it up during a break, though. We'll see. Worst case, I've got my little grid. Old school grid here. Pentagram's the way to go, though. Which one's hugging and which one's kissing? Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if I can do that guy's voice. I'll have to hear it again. Arr. So there's a set of good answers and a set of bad answers, and they're always in a random order, and the questions you get are always different, so you have to read this one a little bit. But the more you yell R, typically the better you're doing. So all we want out of this is this this dunce cap here. We are not going to do the Game Slayer heart attack strat, true heart attack strat, which is going around sniping the fire alarm from the the deck. I've done it before, but it is actually terrifying to do, and I don't know if it's necessarily worth. It's more just swag. But one thing we can do here is this look right here actually puts the door in view, so you can just hit enter and you run in, which is pretty nice. Okay. There we go. I forgot, you want to hit the sandbar down there a bit lower than I do, because that way you can kind of get off the boat a little bit quicker. come back for that. Maybe I can try that again. There's our glue. We just want the pamphlets.
I see you. Pick one.
Come on in.
Come on
enjoy
in.
some handcrafted homebrewed grog.
All right, so 3, 4, 5.
Careful there. Don't want to.
I need to do the That's all right. We'll do it by hand. No biggie. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Bartender.
Howdy.
Howdy.
You got some.
Save regularly in case of crashes. I think so. I think putting this is not a marathon safe game.
That. The man. Well. Alrighty. Let's.
But it is a great game and it should be on a marathon. But I think that's the middle ground you have to do is
Most tourists.
save a lot.
Isn't.
What do you do?
I would my. He was the. Oh, he's. At 5. No bug.
Set sail for family fun at Planet Drinkwood.
Yeah, I think some save spots are good. That'll be a fun one.
Touristy. There's a sale. Oh my word.
Oh my word.
Oops.
You won't.
That's a wonderful.
I think if we hit you here, we can actually bite into it as well. Beautiful. Oh, soup sounds great. Hope it's coming along well. Welcome on back.
Family dining at a reasonable.
On today's Big Mighty.
I need to do my submissions. Still, I've been trying to figure out what to submit, and I don't know, it's driving me nuts.
Oh, good choice.
Alright, we gotta be careful here. You can lose an insane amount of time if you're not careful. In fact, I'm going to save just to be safe.
Excuse.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. But yeah, folks, we are doing that Speedy Adventures Marathon on the 23rd of April? Question mark? I think that's the right day. But if you're interested in speedruns, definitely be sure to tune in for it on the Speedy Adventures Twitch page. And then, yeah, if you are a speedrunner and you want to try submitting one of your adventure game speedruns, check out that link that Summer put up. And, yeah. Submit it on in. I might just, submit... Wait, what? What?
Gee, this might actually pass as the real thing.
There we go. What? Might just submit a bunch of things and then just see what makes it in the end. It is a bummer about Murray, though. I feel like Murray is a little underutilized in this game. Like, the joke is funny. Of him being a bouncer without a body. I think that's funny. But it is a bit of a
What's nice dive?
bummer we don't get to talk to him more.
Welcome.
Very well. Oh no. Hardly. You want.
Why are all these flags? No football on.
It's a golden trophy of a man in a classic art. It's a.
Can I not talk to the people here? Is there a reason why I can't talk to these people? Let's go through the rest of these answers. So I think maybe I wasn't able to do it because I didn't finish the rest of the conversations with Marco. We'll see here. I didn't exit a door too early, I don't think, so.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that was it.
You and
That was it. Sam Max, Full Throttle, Gabriel Knight. Nice. Yeah, those I was looking at. I noticed that Prolix was thinking of submitting for Full Throttle, so I dropped a message in that Discord. This Full Throttle one. Said definitely do it. That would be awesome. I'd love to see it. S-A-K. S-A-K. But I might... Sam and Max, Gabriel Knight are ones that I'm definitely considering. For sure. Actually, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to have to lose this one anyway.
Pardon me.
look, kid. I appreciate. Whatever.
Hey, but that.
Watch this.
Okay. I think we're good on that. We just need to do one more dive.
I'm back.
SAR. Right, left, down. Right, left, down. Oh, right, two more. This is number 2, and then yeah, there's one more dive off one that we need to do. That's a good point. But yeah, I might drop all those in there. I might put Ben Jordan 7 in there because there's that cool trick with the door and stuff. That might be kind of a cool one. I'd love to put an AGS game in. Five Days is fresh in my mind as well, so that's always a consideration. I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do yet. I might chuck a couple in now, a couple later. And then again, when it comes down to it, then I'll have to just cram and actually get good at one of them. Alright, there's a split here. Okay, this is the rocks. Yay. I think we're doing okay. 43 minutes so far. I think we're okay.
Really? I can't believe
be
Which one's hugging? Which one's kissing?
As it is. What's that? Tiny look.
No! It's those. After all,
I don't.
if
I don't know. Goodbye, little.
Goodbye, little pirate.
Holy, how am I ever?
All right, that's one. This is number 2, number 3, and number 4. Where's my whistle? It's on 5. Okay. Where's my drink? There it is. It's like, did I forget the drink somehow? That'd be terrible. Okay, left side, strong side. Okay, so we do need to talk to the drunk one. South, okay. 5. Oh. West. 1, 2. Is it 3? Going 3. Okay, not bad. That's actually a really good one.
What? Oh, I don't know. Oh yeah, Mr. Cheat.
We're on to Monkey Island now. That's a huge, like, not blocker, but a bit of a hurdle for the run there. So it's pretty solid. Third boulder is, I would consider, good. Alright, but now it's Monkey Island, which means we are one step closer to Monkey Combat. I was just thinking, like, oh man, we're almost done. And then I thought about how long Tails is. Like, we're not done. We're not done yet. Yeah, it's crazy, right? We've come a long way. Come a long way. Almost done, all right. All right, Timmy. Come hither.
Here.
Offer banana to Monkey Island. Escape from Monkey Island. Alright. Oh, he bounced. Alright, portal.
No way I'll be able.
No,
It's
vent.
closed.
Chuck the banana in there.
Yo. I can't reach it.
I guess what can? The banana picker. Okay, now it's time for this section, which I just love. I love
I'm
this.
not picking.
I love it. All right, let's throw some rocks down a hill, kind of, sorta. Thankfully, this puzzle is the same every time. It's not like there's different patterns or something. Could you imagine this section if it wasn't the same every time? Because that would be a tough sell for me to be like, now you have to memorize exactly where everything is. Which pattern it is, where you need to throw it, the order you need to throw it. That would be a tough sell for me. But same pattern, same layout every time, so we're all good. I just feel like this, it's just Monkey Island is just not, I don't know, it just could be so much better, I feel like. This is like where the game feels particularly
Hey, what's that?
weak, I guess. There's so many good ideas in this game. I think it gets a bit of a bad rap. But this section, I don't know if there's a lot of redeeming bits about it.
Good. Yes. Ready. Good.
Battling to get sub 40. Oh, could you imagine? That'd be amazing. I would love to find some sort of sequence break or something cool in this game, but we just haven't yet. It's a mess, so there's gotta be something in here, right? Spoiled by the controls. Yeah, that's fair.
I hope I have a very...
The jokes in here are really good. Like the first church of LeChuck that's a funny, like, thing. How do I do this one? Gotta bounce, don't I? Okay. So yeah, if you're good, you can usually pick out exactly the pattern you need to go through to get this. This is random every time. I think there's a few different setups. It might not be fully random, but there's a few set patterns. But yeah, if you're good, you can just look at it and be like, hey, I know what to do. But if you're like me and you're like, haven't practiced in a while, if you just hit inventory, you can see through your inventory, so you can kind of look at the layout. That's kind of a little helping hand that you can do if you're just learning this game. By the way, I do actually recommend Escape from Monkey Island as a speedrun. I think it's a really, really fun game. It's a bit of a pain to try to get it to work on your computer. But there's a lot of cool stuff in it. We've had a lot of fun rerouting it back when we were doing that last year.
Back the lava.
I don't know, there's some interesting bits and pieces to it. I think I probably could have just used O there, but I did not. There we go.
To earn, it was
What we're all here for.
pay attention. Begin.
You know it. Everybody. All my homies love Monkey Combat.
Oh, it
CC Beats.
dry.
DM.
So yes, in order for
AEO. AEO.
can we show? I wish.
Clonk. We're actually coming up to the OG Clonk here.
Wow.
Very, very soon. Alright, so we are looking for a wimpy monkey, maybe? Timid? Timid monkey, does that work? Is that what it was? I always forget. Timid and strapping, if I recall, right? Alright, we know that one's AO. Gonna safety save here.
Yo. Yo. Ow.
Yikes, really?
Ow.
OAE to CC. OAE. DM loses to CC, which we know. AA beats CC. Alright. Oh, this is the wrong one. We actually want to go A, E, O.
Ow.
Okay, yeah, we do. So we're in CC. I can only go back to AA, so I guess what we'll try is
Ow.
try this again. Okay, CC to GG is ace. AA loses to GG. DM beats GG. Alright, so we can either go back to CC. Actually, which is definitely what we'll do here. Okay, we need this to be a throw. Thank you. Don't have time to keep doing this thing. Alright, that's one fight. So now that will unlock the strapping fight. Once we beat a strapping monkey, we can go fight against the JoJo to try to get the hat. Speak of the strapping monkey. Here we go.
On guard.
Save this again.
Monkey.
ECA. ECA. AA beats BB, okay. Alright, what beats that? I wonder. Okay, that's concerning that. Oh no, we're in BB right now, aren't we? We are in BB. That was my bad. What is going on with these things? O, A, C. I might just take the tie here. Welcome back, Archie. DM to CC is a OE. CC beats DM, we knew this. To beat CC, we need to move back here, so A, E, O. Move us back to this. Still need a throw. Early to ask for one. AoE. Yeah, we knew this. To beat DM, we want to go to CC. Okay, well, we didn't mean to do that, but that is, we'll use that. O8C. We're gonna load the top of this fight back up, though.
Ow! Eek!
No idea what this could possibly be over here. Oh, you know what? I have a cheat sheet right next to me of possible shots. Okay. Okay, interesting move there by the other monkey, but that's okay. I'm okay with this. A-E-O. Okay, to beat A, we need to move to GG. We should be able to go to A-C-E and move to GG. O-A-E. Okay, cool. That is good to know. That's our throw, and we get a move on that. Okay, good monkey. Okay. I've never seen a monkey do this before. Just like straight up throw it. Is it feeling bad for me? It's like, I know you're doing a speedrun and you're in a bit of a hurry. That's great. That's really, really good news for us. So we're just gonna go, just head back to Herman real quick. There is a really weird thing that can happen with Herman if, I don't know, if you're unlucky.
No, I'm not quite frustrated. Wow, that tree just
Or
fell right
despite
over.
doing this next little puzzle by throwing all the stuff at him, he actually will never regain his memory. It's very uncommon, but it can happen, so we're just going to be very careful. I'm going to quickly save here just for safety.
Herman, where? Guy? See who? Where?
Oh, we stuck. See you later. Here's our Clonk, the OG Clonk here.
Useless. Where?
Clonk.
Who?
Last bit.
Where?
Okay, that's the sound sting we wanted here. Okay, so one thing we want to make sure to do is we need to talk to
Grandpa?
Herman one more time. That gives us the gubernatorial symbol.
Maybe.
And we are done with Herman. Alright, so we just gotta go finish off JoJo. We are all good to go here.
I don't think he'd like that. Hello again.
Great. I can.
I shouldn't need this, but we're gonna just do it. Do it anyway. O-A-E, C-C to A-A. We have this. Alright, so if we throw one early, this is supposed to be faster. We're gonna go for it here. A-A to G-G, O-A-C. We had this. G-G beats C-C. We knew this. Okay, to beat G-G, we need to move to D-M. D-M would be A-O-E. Okay, great. A-C-O-G-G to B-B. A-C-O. Thank you very much. BB beats DM. That's also something we didn't know. Alright, to beat BB, we just need to go AEO here. ACO. We have that one. To beat GG, we need to move to DM. DM is AEO. This is what we call the pocket, friends. Just moving back and forth between a couple stances. We are in the pocket. And there you go. Yeah, Casey explained it quite well. That is the difference there. AEC BB to DM. AEC.
Ow.
DM beats AA, which actually I never wrote down, but I think I knew that. Alright, to beat DM, we need to go to BB. DM, or we can go to CC, which I think I'll prefer to do O, A, and E. So it looks like we're losing. We're about to see some craziness in the next few turns here. AOC, do we have that one? That was DM to GG, right? A, O, and C. GG beating CC, we knew that. To beat GG, we need to move to DM. DM from CC is AOE, and I hope I'm right. Good. Lovely. Ace, I think we had. To beat CC, we want to move back to AA. This puts us at A, E, and O. That was like a super move right there. So, we're gonna get an AOE to move back. Or an OAE, excuse me. Now we're on our last move. What are you gonna throw at us here? Bobbing Baboon. We can do, just to be sure, E, C, and A. And that should give us the dub here. Once we got going, we got going. But that is a just ridiculous section of the game to have to try to do as fast as you can. If you do try to learn it, I highly recommend getting used to doing it the way that KC does it, which is with the pentagram. It's sort of a method that he's developed. Try to make it go quickly. I did not have a pentagram set up. You need to have a notebook around. I'm using my old grid method. Which is a little bit, I mean it works, but it's just a little bit slower, I think, than doing it the other way. Alright. Prominent slot, let's see if we can't get this thing back to normal. We're obviously in a very weird, guess that's our split there. I think I've deleted that split from the other, like my normal runs, but yeah, we have not had the best of days here. Monkey 1, 2, and 3, we ended up being pretty significantly behind the PB that we had before, but looking at where we're at now, we might be able to pull this thing back. And of course, we have all of Tails to get through, which is basically 5 different games, 3 different games, 5 different games. So hopefully we can get some time back. Still can PB on this if we're careful. So we're only missing one move here, BB to CC. That's the only one that we do not want to see. Oh, we could bounce for fun. That's slow but fun. Alright, what do we got? Alright, GG to BB. Do we have this one? We do. It's ACO. Any axe starters missing? Probably. We're almost definitely. AEO, AEC, AOE. We're going AA to DM. That's AEO. Cool. Yeah, I think we are missing an A starter. I don't know which one it is off the top of my head. ACO? No, we have ACO. Okay, AA to G. We got that, so we're fine. Cool, so we're good. We got away with it.
I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it's that easy. Well,
Oh, that's time. Pause. Okay. We're back in it, baby.
Hey, Link.
Oh, what a game. Okay. We're still alive here. We're still alive. This is what it's all about. A little 21-minute time save on escape. Would that end up being a 109? That's actually not a bad time. Okay, like, to paint the picture for anybody who's not familiar with kind of the history of escape speedrunning, world record was like a 104 or 105 by High Performance. Shouts out to High Performance. And it sat there for a really long time. And I think the next couple times that were close to it were like 110, 120, maybe 115. So to grab a 109 when not really in great practice, 109 is a really, really good time. And only recently has this thing dropped to sub-hour. So I'm really stoked about that. That was actually not a bad time considering. But yeah, we'll see here. But we're alive still, folks. We've had quite a run there. Quite a run so far. So, anyways, let's get to it, huh? I'm just gonna get the my notes set up. We've got just one more game left. It's Tales of Monkey Island, and of course, if you know anything about Tales, it's only one more game, but it really is 5 chapters of the same kind of game. So we've got a significant amount of time to still get through. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. 109 was a silver medal as of a year ago. So there you go. That was good enough for second place not long ago, and that's yeah, I don't know, that 109 is legit. If you come out, you start learning this game and you go sub 110, that is fast in my opinion. That's a very fast time. I think anything under 115, I would say like that's the threshold of being like, that's fast. Maybe 120 even, honestly. Like there's so much going on in that run. A lot of places where you can get, you know, stuck on things. But that reminds me, I will put up the Monkey Island guide soon. I have been working on it. There's a Monkey Island 4 speedrunning guide that KC and I have worked on a little bit. I'm just making a video for it at the moment, so I'll let you folks know about it. I might just post the video, or not the video separately from the text guide, but anyways, that's the thing. All right, so where are we? We're doing Tales of Monkey Island. I've got my notes just about up. Excuse me. Chapter 1. Get a drink of water here. Been talking a lot. So this is how it goes. We need to switch to a different scene. And we need to switch a lot of things here. Where is Tails? You can hear it. I'm sure you can hear it. I'm sure you can't see it. Here we are. Tales of Monkey Island. We get chat into a place where I can actually look at chat. Shouts out to chat. Thanks for all hanging out with me today. It's been an interesting run. It's been a very interesting run today. Get that graph going. I was curious to see what the graph was going to look like, and that's where it is. That's what we're sitting on here. What an interesting looking image. Oh yeah, Milktoast had the 125, which I think was second place before that. Yeah, that's a really good run as well. Shouts out to Milktoast. That was like a key one in I think our kind of learning. You know, we pulled from like literally every single run that was out there, so that was pretty good. But yeah, I haven't forgotten about that Monkey 4 thing. I just have been crazy busy lately. Also, I have some stuff that I think I owe to the moderation team for Speedy Adventures on some streaming stuff as well. I'm just a little behind. This week was a little crazy, so you'll have to bear with me, folks. Anyways. What do we got going on? Are we good here? I think we're good. I think we're set. Let me just update our spin list, of course, because Bill has resubbed. Shouts out to Bill. And we also have Danzig back on the board here, so pop you folks on the spin list. Obviously, if you guys want to do a spin, I will do the spin on Tuesday. Today is no spin day. Hopefully you can understand why we've got some stuff to do here first. But anyways, that's where we're at. Thank y'all for the support. Cool. One more thing I will do really quick is choose the outcome. We had, what was the string? What was the string? I think it was 4, but I want to double check my note here. Yeah, it was 4. So let's get that out. Complete prediction. And then we will manage new prediction for this. We're going to do a new one here. Go for it. So you can feel free to bet on this. Will there be a duplicate cutscene, any duped cutscenes on Chapter 2? That is the one that seems to have the most duplicate cutscenes, so we'll put it in there. It's unlikely, but it's possible. So I'll put that on there for you folks if you feel like it. Okay, we're all up to date. Let's get this thing going. Sorry about that. It was a big setup. There's a bit of a change because we're switching over to a different scene. We had to change the layout for the splits. Got to get the notes up. Got to get the game up. You know how this is. Did you see your comment? I think I may have missed it. Oh, some gaming big, some big gaming. I think I think you're right. Yeah, the current view right now kind of shows you the sitch. Shows you the situation here. We had just a rough go of it in the beginning. Curse of Monkey Island did not go right. We did like a 1.5 runs basically. We did sort of a normal run and then realized I was in the wrong difficulty. Had to rstart it. But we did have a great run for escape. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's start it up, folks. Well said, Crowdmac. Well said. Shouts out to Chuck, the plant. Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Monkey Marathon if we didn't do Mega Monkey Mode, would we? I'm all about the integrity. That's the thing. Gotta keep all these things above board here. Alright, we killed LeChuck, we win. That's the end of it, right? And time. The other 4 chapters are a lie. Oh, thank you for the GGs, yeah. In my speed game? Nonsense. I should have made a T on that break there. Could use a nice hot beverage. He cackles all the time, but this seems like some nefarious cackling. That's a different kind of cackle. The Monkey Island police. Hey, open up. This is the police. This is not the right run. I can't wait to see the times for chapter 3. They're gonna be ridiculous. Like, this graph is gonna be silly at the end of the end. Like, at the end of this. The end of the end. That's to me.
Oh. Huh?
The name's Nipperkin. Pirate, eh?
Why not?
It's the wind.
Deep off.
Oh,
Be good.
Look.
that's the.
Yeah, it's a snake.
All right. So it begins. One split down, about 100 to go. These are all great. Yeah, I have kind of like that striped shirt and like a black beanie. Kind of the little mask you wear over your eyes when you're a burglar. The act of burgling. To burgle or not to burgle? That is the question. Okay, we are good on this side of things. Casey did mention this earlier, but I am pretty, I don't know, warmed up on Tails. Shouts out to Archie for that. Keeping me in good Tails of Monkey Island shape. Oh, and now that Archie is here, by the way, Archie is the one to thank for this challenge. Finding the loophole. And figuring out you can actually request one of these. Oops, that's not right. Within spending 50k channel points. But yeah, this has been fun. It's a lot more fun now that we're ahead. I felt pretty silly after Curse, but we've turned this thing around a little bit. See ya. 50k of someone's points. That's a that's true. Get up there. Points towards a good cause, perhaps. We could agree. I forgot who said this, but somebody said I should, I jokingly said that I should submit this to the Speedy Adventures Marathon and just steal all of the Monkey Island games for myself. That makes me laugh. Would definitely be a show. It'd be like half the marathon. I think it's only like 9 hours long or something like that. 5 hours of which will be me playing through all of the Monkey Island games. Right, give me alphabet sale.
Alphabet sale.
All right, we're good. That makes me happy.
Hey.
Yeah, I think 9 is good. It's the first one, too. Well, no, it's technically not the first one ever. But it's the first one in a while, and first with the current, I guess, team, right? So I think 9's probably a good, safe, like, kind of proof of concept situation.
Between the cool black tights and the dangerously pointy accessory, Pajama Pants Pierre is starting to look halfway collectible.
Pajama Pants Pierre. Dark Ninja Dave. Undercover. Disney, please. A relay would be cool. Yeah, a relay is a good idea. I would definitely tune into that. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, Archie, you'd have to take Tails. Casey. With the... Oops, we're good. Just going north here. Casey with, Escape. You have to see exactly who would want to do what for the first 3. Since a lot of us can kind of go back and forth with that. Oh, relay race. Yeah, go back and forth. I guess we could do that too. I was thinking of the whole thing.
Do you have... No. Where can I have... Not... No, it's me. It's me.
I feel like there's a lot of people who know those runs really well. Like Spade picking up Monkey 3. Mike's been running Monkey 2. Maybe Leo picks up a little secret of Monkey Island. Could be good. Could be good. Keep gutting things. Okay, we seem to be doing pretty good here. Oh yeah, Steve. Can't forget Steve as well. It'd be awesome if Steve could do a run. Definitely don't forget. Oh, we need to talk to you first, don't we? We need outfit sale.
Weird.
Relay race of monkey games, but everybody had to learn a new one. That's true. I've already kind of played my hand, haven't I? I could commentate it. That'll be my bit if that ever happens. Something else that might be kind of cool, and I don't know if this is a legitimate thing because I don't know the timings and stuff, but it'd be interesting to have a Sierra versus LucasArts race. If we could find something that's 1-to-1, like King's Quest versus Monkey Island, or something like that, and then have that be the race between two sides. That could be kind of cool. Like, can the Monkey Island people or the LucasArts people beat that before the Sierra folks can? That could be kind of interesting. And there's a lot of, I don't know what the one-to-one thing would be for that, but could be a thought, you know, down the line. Oops. You can just click on the door and you pick this up. I don't know why I did it that way, but
I got. Yeah.
the King's Quest helpline is dead.
So.
Excellent.
It would be funny if you could have like the estimates all like added up, and you add a bunch of like a medley of Sierra games to the medley of LucasArts games, and then you just have a bunch of runners do a kind of a relay and see who finishes first. That could be kind of fun. Then you could get crazy and have each of them learn each other's games and go from there. But I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff you could do, which I think is cool.
I hope
Yeah, exactly, Casey. I think that would be the thought behind it. We'd have to see though. Bang. Right, then left. We'd obviously have to get a bunch of people on board with it, but we'll have to see what happens. Close up on hand. Abomination % on fishing controllers. That's amazing. That would be... I would watch the crap out of that. That'd be so good. Left. King's Quest on a DDR pad. Or like a giant, like, floor big piano. And each one of those is like a letter, and you have to jump back and forth and do all your typing. The piano from Big runs King's Quest 1. So, I was considering doing a text parser game for the short challenge this past month, and I ended up going against it, but I might do it for the next time I come through. Because I think that that's an interesting element that I am definitely not well practiced on.
Sorry.
I'm like an okay typer, I guess. Typer, stop typing. Keyboardist. But I don't know. I think in a hurry I would really struggle. It would be interesting to see some, I don't know, how people get on with that. It'd be fun. King's Quest gun. Yeah, King's Quest with, what are those? What was the little Nintendo gun called? They used for duck hunt, like the duck hunt gun. I guess it's a light gun, that's right, yeah.
Maybe not.
What about the power glove? The zapper. I think zapper was the word I was thinking of. But yeah, we're all speaking the same language here. You know what I'm talking about. Did the inventory in a really weird spot. I don't normally do it there, but is what it is. Okay, this one's the schnoz. The schnoz for the schmovement. With the Wiimote. If I ever get my Wii back, I will do a run of something on the Wii. So I have this game and I have first season of Sam and Max on there. That would be interesting. Monkey Island March bonus content. He's one of Zork on the Wii. I think it'd be impressive enough just to get those 2 points connected. Somebody make this happen. I should watch a speedrun of Zork. I feel like I've looked that up a long time ago. It might not be that exciting, I suppose, because it's literally just typing, but I think I'll be impressed if anything. Gosh, when's the last time you played Zork? I haven't played Zork in forever. Alright, got my thing. Let's get out of here. Baby Zork, do 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 do. Baby Zork, do 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 do. Mike, some of the passwords you had to enter in the NES games were long enough to count as text adventures. That's a great comment.
Doc?
It's funny because it's true. Played Zork when you were 10. I think that's about when I played Zork as well. It's a really, really long time ago. And all I did was die, pretty much, in that game. I had so much fun with it. I loved my imagination running like that. To be honest, that's probably the first text adventure. I mean, this is not really that big of a deal, but I always say that Monkey Island was... Monkey Island 3 was the first, point-and-click adventure that I ever played, which is true. But if we're counting kind of all of these as adventure games, I definitely played Zork beforehand. And there's some other game that I played on an actual floppy disk at school, and I can never remember the name of it, but it was... I don't know. I should probably put this out to the hive mind out there and see if somebody can identify this game, but it was a point-and-click adventure game, or I guess it was a text parser game. Text parser game. Sorry, 2 seconds.
Weird.
Focus there for a sec. But it was a game that was set in a like a retail store, and it was haunted maybe or something. And you needed to do, I don't know, things to escape the store. Basically, I cannot remember the name of it, but it was on DOS forever ago on a floppy disk. Item duping and... Oh, really? Now, there's a bunch of Zork games, isn't there? I'll have to look into that. That sounds interesting. I only played the original Zork, and that was the only one I've actually played myself. You play yourself. How many golds do you want? Save some golds for the fishes.
Oh. I see. Ugh.
No, that's me. Thank you. The problem is I'm not going to be able to even remember the title of that game. I'm going to have to look at a screenshot of it and then be like, that's it. Which is why it's taken me forever to figure out what it is. That's been a question I've had for a very long time. What is that game?
What a...
Only the cheese could save us. Spin it.
Interesting.
Alright, that is that one. Almost done here. Big slide. We did not get the slide, despite trying it twice in Curse. Spent 16 minutes extra trying to get the slide. Didn't get it, but there's our big slide for the day. Chomp. Good thing about this run is the shumps are all the same. Doesn't matter how fast you go. They're all good shumps. A shump a day keeps the red splits away. Talk to the hand. What is even the point? I should have just reset the whole thing here. Stream's over forever. No slide, no stream. See ya. I wish I knew why we got the slide there. I'd be very interested to know, because I would love to do it every time just for the swag. Or maybe the mechanic that makes you do the slide is something helpful. I don't know. We may never know the mysteries of the slide. Kablamo! Doink. Okay. Managed to get through chapter 1 with no dupes. This is good. Chapter 2, though. Plenty of options for dupes. I get dupes all the time in that one, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully people got their bets in. When you're going fast, you usually get some amount of slide.
A little longer?
Alright, chapter 1 done. A 24:23. That's a pretty good time, if I remember correctly. So I'm happy about that. Got a little bit of time back on our on our thing there. Get your tea. Ooh, yeah. All right, let's take like a 3-minute health break, folks. So get stretched out. I'm gonna go do this. We'll get everything ready. And I will go get a tea. Thank you for reminding me, Archie. I will bring it to the BRB screen, and we will be right back for some more speedruns. I've got 4 more chapters left. Just gonna make some tea. I'll be right back. See ya. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're back. We're back. Let me just get the second game loaded up here. Bring you back in. Thanks for letting me take a break. Just stretched out really quick and actually have a soda over here now. Turns out we had a carbonated beverage kicking around, so I did that. It was a little bit quicker. Where is the game posted up at? They say that the owner, the creator of this theme park is buried deep beneath the island. All right, let's get back to it, shall we? Chapter 2. A Diet Grog XD, very nice. Alrighty.
Well, allow me.
We're back at it, folks. Okay. Let's do it. Back at it at the Krispy Kreme.
Never mind.
Come. Almost had to do an extra lap there. That wouldn't have been good.
Not a chance. You mean
Look. Okay, cut the rope. Ooh, that was almost a thing. Morgan, my bae. Yeah. Morgan's great. Back off, woman! Did a lot of Morgan on this run, which is great. Okay, we should be good to go here. There it is.
what?
Evil.
Evil. Okay, we got away with no dupes there. That's good. That's a tough spot. It's the first hurdle. I keep looking over at the graph, and it just makes me laugh. Are you Ethel Merman? Are you my mother? Are you Ethel Merman?
What?
Here, just
Oh.
Give me the summoning artifacts.
You shall never have them.
let's forget about the artifacts for a moment.
The artifacts are sacred.
But
I can.
but
Again.
Lahoo!
Forget it.
Give me the summoning artifacts.
You shall never have them.
Let's forget about the artifacts for a
Hey,
moment.
Artifacts are sacred. I will not.
Not quite a shump, but it has kind of the vibes to it. Alright, you can do that. Alright. What's up, Bavarius? It's been a run. I'll tell you that. It's been an interesting little stream we've had here. We were way back. Yeah, the top of that graph there was Curse. We've managed to bring it back with a solid Escape from Monkey Island run here. Three-headed golden seahorse. Beautiful. Right on. Hopefully you got some good sleep. I did the same thing today. I slept way in. It was great. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you just gotta just take care of yourself a little bit. I didn't realize how late it was after yesterday's stream, by the way. I streamed for almost 6.5 hours yesterday. And that was meant to be literally like, I'm gonna do like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, just a couple Sam & Max runs for fun. Several hours later. Ended up being a crazy one. But I was pretty wiped after that, so I got some sleep as well. Good to have you in here. Hopefully you're having a solid weekend. And yeah, the top of the graph is Curse. We were steadily kind of losing time. The secret of Monkey Island run, I think we were like a minute, maybe a little over a minute over. Which I kind of anticipated because that one is definitely out of practice for me, more than any of the other ones. I was expecting much better out of myself with the Monkey 2 run, but you know, what are you gonna do? We were ahead for a little bit, but not for the whole thing. And I'm pretty sure apparently I was in great Monkey 2 shape at the last run there that we did of this in July. So it was a tough one there. Curse would have been okay, but I had to redo the run basically for anybody just joining. I started Curse of Monkey Island in normal mode instead of Mega Monkey, and it's going to be hard to do a Mega Monkey challenge without doing the Mega Monkey run at least. So we had to run that thing back. We were around 16 minutes back going into Curse, or to Escape from Monkey Island, sorry. But we had a great escape run. 109 was the time in the end, which we were talking about before. That's good enough for second place a year ago, before all the changes there. And honestly, I think it's still good enough for like 4th or 5th place, which is, I think, pretty good considering. Haven't done Monkey 4 in a little while.
Now accepting coupons only. Yep.
I also think this is a bit of an interesting business model where it's like, I only accept coupons. We don't expect we don't accept currency of any kind. We just want coupons. And the only coupon we can find is in this old book. Do I need my mask repaired as well? Number 2. Number 1. Next time it's number 2. Yeah. It was totally a coherent choice. I was like, you know what, Leo was talking about doing the true any percent run for Monkey 2, where you kind of do an any percent run on Amiga, and then you go and you do a glitched percent run after that, or whatever it is. You do a light mode and then a glitched run. I was like, I'll do one better, with a lot less sense. I'll just do part of.
Onward.
I'll do part of a normal run on Curse, and then just go back and do it again. We only accept Monkey.
It's me, Garbo Freeport, Whitey Pirate.
We only accept double eagles around here. You know, I don't know why I haven't done this, but what I should do is I should make the currency of this channel double eagles. Why have I never thought of that? Like, that makes total sense. Like, why am I calling them Great Scots? When they could be an actual currency or a piece of currency called a double eagle. Don't know. That's why I get paid the big bucks. And by big bucks, yeah, I'm here on the street. Just hanging out. Who runs these? Who runs the stream? Yeah, it's the mods again. Where are the mods at? Mods should fix this. Like, imagine making a currency a currency. Bear with me. It's a crazy idea. Where's your Groupon code? Yeah.
Here. So
Get through this thing. How much longer? What do you got? Proby, what you got?
Yeah.
Shump.
figure it.
See the belt buckle right there that we'll use in chapter 5. It's funny running it back 100 times, you start to notice these things. Alright. Oops, we actually need to just grab the prying tool. It is easier to do it the way I did it there, minus the inventory opening, but you can actually grab the prying tool without actually seeing it there, and that saves you a annoying camera change and a little bit of walking. So I've considered one change to this specific section here. So Milk Toast's run. Milk Toast doesn't grab the prying tool here. It just keeps going. And then after dumping the kind of lava parrot, if you will, the molten parrot down there, that's when the prying tool is grabbed. And I wonder if that's actually faster because of where you end up standing, but I don't actually know. Oops. But I haven't done any timing or anything on it, but just, I mean, you might be able to save a second or something by doing it that way. I should probably test that out at some point.
I'll just turn the
Doink.
Okay.
well, actually
No dupes so far.
there.
We gotta go this way. I want to see where I end up over here, because I can kind of keep an eye on this. I always do the punch in here for the camera. Need to get the coal going. That pesky bucket.
Sorry.
So the change would basically be doing this section here. We're gonna run back to where LeChuck was. And then we run back to where we picked up the prying tool. So there's a splat there. And yeah, basically do it here. But then again, I guess you have to do two things at once. But I guess you could do it within the same screen? Like, get into that close camera and then pick it up. No. I don't think it's like a game changer or anything like that, but could save a second or something if you're doing it right, I guess. So that was a pretty huge time save there. I wonder if this was part of an old route or something, because Chapter 2 has changed a little bit since a long time ago. I'm trying to wonder what's about a minute, though, like... I don't know, might have just done something weird.
Onward. Hey.
I'll take it.
Tell me. Tell me the ritual.
This gag is funny every
You'll be
time.
sleeping with the fishes.
Like dipping like an aquatic creature into the water, being like, this is going to bother you. It's always so funny to me.
Hi.
Hello again, sailor.
Ooh. That was almost a dupe there, I think. That was very close to being a dupe. No dupes, though. No dupes. Still have the ending, though. The ending can be duped pretty easily, so we gotta be careful here. We're not out of the woods yet.
Let's.
Shut. Tell me the ritual words, or you'll be sleeping with the fishes.
Boring?
Skybra. In.
Action. Action.
Okay, still good.
Wait.
Okay. We are almost done with this chapter here.
Ice. Yeah.
Skybra.
What?
It's
Miss. Ah. Alright. Alright.
I'm not sure, Captain.
Let's see what we can do here.
Ah, this is.
Oh, Morgan. Morgan's back.
Why?
He's and you.
Why don't?
And that's our last dialogue option. We just got to get to the other side here. Cool. No dupes. We were very close. There's a couple spots where I was a little sketched on, but that was pretty good. $21.10. That's a good time. It's a really good time. 21.10. Sorry, getting set up for the next one here. Where are you? Okay. Cool. Righty. What do we got next? Chapter 3. See you later. Boom, boom. A tale of two halves here. No doubt. Should have it here. Boom. Okay. Very good. Let's get it started, shall we? I am ready. Hope everybody's doing well. Thanks for hanging out with me on this very long run. But I'm enjoying it. I hope you are as well. Having fun here. You can see the Curse of Monkey Island chilling out at the very, very top here. Plus 1651. That's how we left Curse. Boy. It's been a gauntlet. It's been a gauntlet. Bloop.
Yeah.
Well.
She's up.
Good.
All right, here we go. Oh, I never dished out the points, did I? We'll get that after this. If somebody hopefully reminds me. Worst case, I'll grab it at the end.
Well done and wild up.
Lies. She. I don't.
Alright, so something on this engine has changed between the first 2 chapters and the 3rd chapter, all the way through. We cannot do any movement. Like, we can't hold down left or right to just start moving as soon as the cutscene's over. You have to do the input after the cutscene is over. So it changes a little bit of how you run the back 3 compared to the front 2. Always got to be careful with that. All right, so what do we got to do? Wrist. Wrist, sword, feet. Gus. Good old Gus. Gomez. Never heard of them.
You're my.
More. Dude. We met through work.
Splunking.
Almost.
Such a funny word. How did we end up with the word spelunking?
Now it's question. She was recently. Question what was the name of her fa- Go.
They're deep cut
She
ones.
is quite a skip.
Okay, good dating game. Those were 2 tough answers. The further back they are on the list, like towards the bottom, the less you see of them, it seems like. But that was a Gomez. I don't know the last time I had a Gomez. Jugbender's fine. Pour one out for Jugbender, homies. R.I.P. But, that one's still pretty uncommon. Dante, Guybrush, Gustavo, and Toro are like the 4 main ones that you tend to see. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it is weighted any differently, but that's just what seems to come up. You talking to me? I say you talking to me? No, but Noogie is.
Ew.
Hey, that's it.
Okay, let's get schmoving here, please.
Here's the plan.
No. No.
Fawn.
So I suspect we're gonna lose some time here, and then we're gonna gain an insane amount of time. Because we have rerouted this since this run in July. We have done the reroute. If you're regular on the channel, you probably already know that, but yeah, there's our big thing there. We skip a cutscene by saying, nah. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Wait. So,
Better.
an original. You're,
Oh, you know what? I did this in a very weird way. But I will, since we're already up here, I might as well finish out what I'm doing. Could use your vote. Morgan.
sounds good. One day.
Let's finish what we were doing here.
Let me out of here and I'll spare your miserable...
So last time we saw Murray, we were
There, my hook.
in a very different situation. We were way back in Curse, and then we were kind of crawling our way back into the run. Shoo. But now we are ahead, and hopefully we'll be able to continue that trend here. Still a lot that can go wrong on this, but obviously we've been in a pretty good spot. What is going on? Oh, I only need to open it now. Yeah, the time lost here is expected because of the reroute. Like I said, we're gonna make it back up in due time here. That was a gold anyway. That's funny. Well, there you go. There you have it. So normally we end up here to do that conversation I had with Noogie, but because of the way things went, we're doing it a little out of order. But we're back. We're back on track now. Mark.
Hi. What's it? I propose.
It's lonely in here.
They did such a good job with Murray on this. It's lonely in here. Keep drinking. It's the Mega Monkey Marathon Drinking Contest. The only entrant, Moose.
Before. Came up. Ooh. Shoot.
Had to take a second to remember the route here because we got bad luck. That's a bummer. We'll get the glasses later. It's fine. I wonder if that's on like a global timer because there was one small little change to the route as it were. As I kind of sat down here and then also had to do a couple other things. I wonder if there's a better way to, I don't know. I wonder if by going quick you actually end up getting a good opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Test script. Check for weapons. It is the recipe for a perfect date. Alright, cool. So where do we go from here? This is up tempo, please.
Noogie.
To the weird bump. Choice beats. Choice beats, Noogie, my man. Painting. Ah, yes, the odd protuberance.
Much.
Right, and And now we need the iron monkey.
Huh. Mod-
We'll do the actual inventory on the next screen here. But first, the strange growth. We'll do it here. So you always have to remember, Murray is just ahead. The body actually has no hitbox. So it's kind of a weird one. Eat your choicest beats. I'm pretty sure we got, we did the R with Morgan, right? I think we did. I think we're good on that. We need her R. We need your R. Pull off your glasses. This is pretty bad RNG. This is very reminiscent of the Wally we had earlier today. Should have known this would be a weird run. That went astray. Alright, cool. We need this because we need to combine these together. Hand this back. Ava. Give him the drink. The reason, I mean, the reason behind this puzzle is he will not drink the yellow stuff. He'll only drink the red stuff, so we just modify the glasses so that they're red. There you go. I think we're set, right? I'm not crazy. It's time for face-off. One beat, please. Hello, Mr. DJ. I'd like one beat. We want 3, 1, and 2.
It's R.
Okay, and this should be trip 4s. Like that, Noogie's just still bongoing back there, doing the bongo thing, playing percussion.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it should be good.
Yeah. Oh. You.
What?
Okie dokie, we have the cochlea. We have the run. We have the meats. Let's drop off this stuff in the ear canal. We'll sneak out of this thing here. Couple dialogues to get through. They're all one, so this is a really easy section here. But it's easy to forget about it.
There's an break. Dad.
Yeah. Thank you, Bug Eye, for that uplifting speech. My beats are too strong for you, Traveler. Alright, this one we gotta do a little sum here to make sure this works. First section, we actually have to go through all 3 answers. And then we can scroll down to the bottom. Your sword. Wow, we actually lost 6 seconds there. I guess this is still a result of like some change to the routing, I suppose. Interesting. I don't know. Oh wait. Okay, we'll just skip those. I must have missed a split, or you know what? I probably removed the split on my real. Not that these aren't real times or anything, but on the ones that I've been using for my ILs and beat the game runs, I think I must have moved something around, combined a split somewhere. Sacred Manatee Mating Grounds.
What?
Delicious. Okay.
Hey, I bet son is.
So anybody who's been around the this particular stream for a while will recognize this little tune. This is the diving music from Monkey Island 2. That section was. Now go into just a normal kind of Monkey 5 theme. But that like that little tunes will plays when you go down for the Mad Monkey. Take the head there. My feet are too strong. Beware the feet. Looks like on the PB, I just skipped through this whole thing. I was just like, we'll just do one final split, and that's all we got here by the end. We'll see. Okay, this is an interesting dialogue. We want to go 2 and 3, and that will unlock 4. You can do 1 till the cows come home and nothing will happen. So that's always an important thing to not do there.
Hey, Mo. Thanks.
All right, Murray. See you next time. All right, so we need to head up. I almost went down. That would be a shame.
Kava's now the Whoa. This
The Singe Guybrush Voodoo. That is our order.
it heck.
bit of movement there. This part can be some excellent voice acting. I love that. Whoever did the Singe, I keep forgetting. Oh, we got the glitch where Voodoo Lady has disappeared. Take 5. And we're back. But I always, I just appreciate the absurdity of the Disinge character. I think it's so good.
Wow.
Cool. So we should be good now. Let's get on out of here. And yeah, we're just about done. I say just about. Yeah, we got like a couple splits left here. Shoop. Okay, so we gotta grab that. But to get it, of course, we need to use the fish here. We'll warp over here. Can't believe I didn't highlight the first Mega Monkey. Yeah, that was a miss. I have a copy of it, though. I have it locally. So it's somewhere. It is somewhere. And I'll put it up. I'll put it up on YouTube or something. Well, speaking of YouTube, thank you for whoever... There's a bunch of people sub to that, the YouTube there, so thank you for the support there. Nothing crazy interesting there at the moment, but I appreciate the the support, just shouting it out. But yeah, I'll put the first Mega Monkey on there. I do have it. It's just saved on a hard drive somewhere. A bit of a miss though, 100%. I agree. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. Emergencies. Is that blood or ketchup? Hi, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Yeah, we'll put it up. This morning, the Sam and Max world record video went up, or should be up as of this morning. So if you missed it last night, definitely give it a shot. If Sam and Max Hit the Road is of interest to you, that's a flavor that you enjoy. That was a heck of a run. When I was just kind of like converting that one over and getting it uploaded, I was like there's some things that you can fix, of course, but I was like really, really pleased with how that run went. I've honestly thought that like a high 34 was kind of what I was kind of looking at. Like maybe a 34, 45 or a 40 or something, somewhere in that range where we like got the good RNG that we wanted with Max, but like, you know, it just kind of, we got a little bit more with better performance, but I didn't expect to get like, it was like 54 seconds ahead or something. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't do that. And I no judgment to anybody who does, by the way. That's part of me is like maybe I should, because maybe more people will click on the video if I mention that it's world record. But I was doing that when I first started speedrunning. And I found that it was a lot of work to try and keep up to date. Like if somebody beats it, I have to update it and change everything, and that was like part of I don't know, I had to change the thumbnail, I had to change the title, I had to like maybe the description would need to get edited a little bit. it just becomes a huge pain to just like keep backtracking through stuff, and like that also requires me like doing something that I don't really like, which is sort of like staring at my own, I don't know, just like, I don't know, having to what's the word? Trying to police my like world records to make sure that I know like what I'm on top of and what I'm not, and it kind of takes the fun out of it a little bit.
Sorry.
Said it's so good that no one will ever beat it. Yeah, that's true. That is one approach to it. But yeah, I thought about that because I would love to drive some more traffic to this channel and to YouTube and stuff. And if I'm throwing the term world record around, it does bring it a little bit more this and that. But at the same time, it's like I also kind of like, I don't know. I mean, if you like the fact that I am okay at speedrunning, that's awesome. But I guess I don't want it to be the only reason people are kicking around. So I don't know. There's layers to this onion. Yeah, Archie, you know what I'm talking about. It just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. And especially if the game's active, like, I spend more time editing my thumbnail and stuff than I do doing any speedrunning, which is the part that I like about it. But yeah, but for folks out there who do it, or maybe you just don't update them, who cares kind of a thing, I feel that. That's all good. I 100% follow all that.
That's
Clonk. It's the final clonk of this chapter. Cool. That was a darn good chapter. Yeah, I ended up saving around 5 minutes. So that's route plus just being better, I think. Choose outcome. So there were no duped cutscenes, so that money is going out.
And Connors? You have a worse haircut than I do.
It is similar, right?
Parsons, all dressed up and no place to go. Grossman, that guy again?
That guy again. All right. On to chapter 4. Only 2 more left, folks. That's it. We're at the getting close to the end of this little marathon challenge here. Try to bet against the field. I mean, with the amount of money that was kicking around in there, it's probably not a bad shot to just drop a couple shekels in there and hope for the best. But if you believe, sometimes it does pay off, as Casey mentions. There we go.
Well, sir, much to, but guy.
Let me open my notes up quick. I still have chapter 3 notes up. There we go. We're good. But yeah, hopefully everybody's having a good time out there. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the hangs, the lurks. If you're watching this on VOD, thanks for checking it out. Hope you like it. 2 more chapters to go. Trial and execution of Guybrush Threepwood right now. And then we have, excuse me, Rise of the Pirate God. And that's the closer. And that's that. We did a little D-Rust of Chapter 5 last night, so let's hope that we can close this thing strong, but we'll see what happens here. The coldest of shoulders. But yeah, pretty solid chapter 3 there. steadily heading downwards. What? What? Okay, courthouse. So first bit is the deal with hardtack, then we're gonna dip out, get a bunch of items, go back in, take care of the rest of this stuff. And then, except for Joaquin, then do Joaquin on the back part. That's the setup. This has a kind of like specific route that you need to take. If you do it just right, you end up saving a lot of time, which is good. Haven't seen Stan yet, so here you go. A little stand for you Stan heads out there. You stands. Not guilty. I'll represent myself. Of course you folks do. Of course. Stands.
Well,
Chat's on fire today. I gotta give it to everybody. Well done today, folks. I wonder if there is a faster set of dialogues here. Like, I always just do one because it's on the top, and I don't think that there's any difference. But, like, maybe one's shorter than the other.
Stan?
Guide Brush 3.
this is
Great dialogue there. Club 41. The club just too big to fit on Chapter 1.
My dear.
So you can see the on the wall over, not the wall, I guess it's like over on the right side of the bar, the pepper challenge, and it says coming soon. So unfortunately, if we try interacting with that, nothing actually happens. There's like a sticker over the top of it. I think that got brought up on the last time we tried one of these runs. I figured I'd point it out. So Guybrush will read it and react to it and stuff, but other than that, yeah, we can't get the stuff unlocked from what I have been able to find out.
Yeah.
That'd be a really nice improvement, though. Get that done early. That'd be great. We're knocking. This is what I missed on the last time I tried doing one of these runs. Forgot to pour the lava shot on the leg here, and therefore forgot the leg. Wasn't great, but we can get away with it. This can go in the bowl. Hang on. The hitbox here is a little careful. Here we go. I think the selectable part of the actual magnetic toy is dead in the middle, which is a little annoying. Oh, it is in sub 5 now. Nice. I did not actually notice that. Well, for the next one, perhaps we will touch the 4s. Get into the 4-hour mark. That'd be awesome. pesky color blindness. You may have seen me trying to hover over that that last shot glass just to make sure it was the right one. Tough one for me to see. Thankfully, everything's labeled, so we're good. And I started doing it at that point instead of in the courtroom because it was a little easier for, like, I know where it is on my inventory, basically.
Lots. You're up. So you. It's true.
It's true. Alright, Hemlock is up next. That's our second charge there. Witness Hemlock. Object to this. Grab the eye color. We'll head over here. Jacques with Miss Pretty Whiskers. But some nice little bit of routing there by Archie. By doing it in that order, you kind of you don't lose any movement from spot to spot, which is really, really helpful. Because otherwise, you got to go back to the podium again. You got to do this. You got to do that. When my early runs, I don't know if anybody remembers this. I actually used to call myself to the stand and then answer questions, which is another way you can get the guy to be enraged, but it takes forever to do that. It never occurred to me you could just object. So I don't know, it's an interesting thing that's changed over time.
Continue. I put. Hey, would you? You're up, but then.
Being the chief city planner for New York and spending 6 hours arguing about how to place a trash can in a park. It has been a task, hasn't it? The fast trash can, though. The trash can is the best dang trash can in the park. At the end of the day. It is a tricky one, though. Dang, that was really good few splits there. Definitely a time save coming up here. This is another reroute. Speaking of rerouting. Shouts out to Archie for finding this one, but basically if we use the bathroom here first, normally I would go to Krebs and we do kind of like two laps around it, basically like send Elaine and Morgan from each of these spots a couple different times, but by doing this, we actually unlock that little thing that's attached to our leg here, which ultimately we need. And so basically we can get this to happen. This moves them to the the second spot. And then we just, that's it. That's all we really need to do. We can move them back very easily on the next section. So it just saves a whole lap of the track, if you will. But yeah, the routing in this game is such an interesting thing because I don't know, it's just, there's just some things that like either don't make sense or like you'd never think to do it. Like I think there's probably a ton of new things in this game. If we had some new runners join in, you'd probably find something out if you had some fresh eyes on it or something.
And can sure, do you sorry? What if
But there's a bunch of good stuff. I mean, if you go back, you know, from the original runs out to the runs that we're doing now, it's quite interesting to see how everything has sort of changed.
you're
Yeah, there's that time save I was just talking about. It's a little over a minute.
now be
Then hold it. I use for death, and he. So you see, it turned prop.
that what
Indeed.
Gasp. Plenty of gasps.
in a normal circuit. Hey. Use
Okay, here we go. Get the map here.
and it will hey, no. Well, that's odd. It's like a whole
Okay, that's all prepped up. Back to the bar. I've mentioned the pepper challenge here. Notice that the sticker is now gone. So that means we can look at it, and that unlocks a conversation point with Grind Stump here.
I say.
Cool. We're good to go. Yeah, she's just barely chilling there, isn't she? That's a perfect emote for that as well.
what was
Alright, in we go. Should have nothing bad is in here. Nothing bad happens this part of the run. Any Morgan heads out there? Might be a good time to take a stretch break, get some air. Don't feed the cat any magnetic bits though. I have not really looked at any Elden Ring, nah. I think it's like a Souls type game, right? And those games I never got into them. It's hard not to see it everywhere, but I haven't really played any of it yet. Yeah. Has anybody else played it out there in Chatland? Oh god. Tried to get away with sneaking the Morgan stuff in there without anybody noticing. I love that. I love that that's a thing in this channel now. Just watching people play. I mean, I've seen a little bit of that as well. I think that's about as much of it as it is. For I was like, okay, this kind of looks like a Dark Souls game, so I kind of got a little disinterested in it. Again, not that it's a bad type of game or anything like that, but it's just not something I'm like crazy into. Okay. Touch grace. Right. What's up, Swan, by the way? Hope you're well. Like, they give you all these options as if you can actually go somewhere else on the island. But we're not going this way, we're going this way. Right. Sugar. Ye old sack o' sucrose. Let's get a nice dip. One bad death and that was that, right? North Shack. Yeah, I kind of in the same boat there. Spade. I never really played any of them though, to be fair. So like I'm even further out of that. I haven't even played any of the other ones. I've just seen people play them and stuff, and I felt like I got the idea, but maybe that's unfair to the genre. I don't know. That is cool though. I like when there's a little extra this and that from like the localizations and stuff. A little bit of their own character gets into the writing and stuff. I think that's cool. That's a great joke.
The mic. Here, boy. Don't.
Oh shoot. I did something wrong here. Yep, I did something wrong. We can fix this though. We can fix it. We can fix it. Here we go. We did some stuff out of order there, but we managed to to put it back together, so that's fine. Oh yeah, he like comes out of the woods on that section. It's like a little detail, yeah. But yeah, because of the way that the map works, I guess, for this puzzle, he like comes out of a path that's not actually there, so he kind of just like clips through the woods. It looks so funny. But yeah, that's a thing. That's like a thing that happens. It's a weird one. Where's the cursor? New souvenirs. LeChuck doll. This should get us set up. Linear kind of flow that funnels to fight enemies. Okay. It seems like they're learning. That's good. They're learning how to improve it a bit, which is great. There's my sponge.
You know. Hopefully.
Oops. I don't know, last time I did that. I hit escape to get out of the inventory when I should have hit tab. Get out of here, bud. Escape on Flotsam Island. Trademark. Yeah.
Ow.
All right, cool. So we are doing all right here. It's me.
First, second. Because and for no.
Couple things to do here. First, sugar in the water. So we'll set that up. We need the pepper with the singe. Big poke.
Hey. You'll
Yeah. You know how it is. I think if anything, that just shows you how bad the old route I had was. Well, I can still mess up the new route and save 3 minutes.
yes.
That's that real stuff right there. Oops. Okay. It's our last puzzle here. We just need to get through the cutscenes. Cutscene skipping intensifies. Oh! It's a little not as funny, because it's actually pretty bright in this room today. But, you get the joke. For a second, I was like, maybe maybe the way I did it was faster, but it definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't.
Oh, come.
Yeah, yeah. Tails is literally weighted so heavily in this run. I mean, that's pretty much the only reason that this was saved was because we had a really good escape and we're having a really good Tails right now. If all of them were like Curse and 20 minutes long, we'd be in real bad shape. Solid. Jeez, that was almost a 9-minute PB on that. Or yeah, 9 minutes better than the last one. 24:02. That's a decent chapter 4. Despite kind of the weird route that we took. I'm okay with that. The year of the 430 Mega Monkey. What are we down to now? 447. It's possible. It could happen. It could happen. I think sub 5 is definitely the next goal. I think that's doable. Because if we just need to find 38 minutes in general to get under 5, we could do that. And we're on pace to get real close to it. I mean, if we can not be 16 minutes behind leaving Curse, probably be in good shape. It's doable. It's doable. Just getting the 5th one loaded up here. All right, we are on the last one. We're almost to the end, Masquepero. You're on the, well, that was the penultimate one, I suppose. Now we are on the big finale. Here we go. Game is loaded in. And we need to get going. Let's do it. Last one, folks. This is the one that really tests you, because this is the one that hurts just during a beat the game run, because it's so I don't know, it's a long one. It's mentally challenging because it's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of weird ins and outs to rooms. It's not like we spend a lot of time here, then a lot of time there, and a lot of time over here, and then we're done. It's like little bits back and forth, so it can be pretty tricky. Let's try this. Yeah, this is it. This is the very last chapter of the very last Monkey Island game that we have. Game entails PBs, makes for 438 Mega Monkey. Oh, wow. The world is not ready. That would be quite a feat if could get that thing down there. That would be wild.
He's got.
I have to clean up my first 3, obviously. And, you know, part of what my plans are for this year is to do just that.
Great. You don't.
But yeah, we'll have to see how the next one goes.
Here you. Please.
World record for every game. Oh yeah, so world record. Maybe that's just for my times, maybe. 418 though. Could you imagine? Whew. That is cooking. Right, I'm excited. Chapter 5. And as much as I don't know, this one you know is a bit grueling to close it out with. I actually really like this chapter casually a lot. I think it's a fun, interesting, I don't know, change of pace for a Monkey Island game. A lot of cool stuff in this one. Okay, we need to head to the treasure area. I was having a lot of trouble last night trying to do this one. And yeah, we were streaming for just about as long, so let's hopefully I can stay focused here and just remember the route. There's just a lot of traveling in this section, so it really, I don't know, can give you a hard time. But we got this. Ooh, there we go. My own inventory playing defense there, blocking me. All right, let's go talk to this guy here. A bit of a hole in the stomach situation happening. I'm sure he's fine though. Cool. All good. This one's always interesting because you got to do it twice. Gateway is next.
Hey.
Oh. Did I pick that up? Okay. That's new.
Great.
That was like a, that felt like an instant coffee. I did not know you could grab the stuff from that side there. That's really interesting. I don't know if that's terrible. Well, I guess it might be faster. It just blinked off a bit. Normally you have to wait for a Guybrush to run around the front side of that and do the whole 9 there, but that's interesting. So when I picked up the tip jar, normally you run around the front of the turnstile and grab it. And there's a little animation as Guybrush grabs it, right? It just disappeared and was in my inventory there. So I've never seen that happen before. Oops, this is not the right spot, is it? This is where we want to go.
What? Well, that's what. He just. What?
That'd be interesting if that you could do that with some other things in here where you can just click on it and they just you don't do the animation, you don't do I don't know, the run around or anything. It just kind of just goes in your inventory. That'd be great.
Here you go. I think you.
Oh, thanks for clipping that, Casey. I don't think you normally do that, right? I mean, maybe Archie can review that, but I think that that's something that doesn't normally happen. Crossroads again.
Frankly,
Bork bork.
Yep.
We're back to thieves, yes. Oops, that's not right. That's right. Welcome, friend.
Do you think? What?
I don't think I can't remember that ever happening. I always feel like I have to run around the side and do the whole thing there.
Those.
That'll be a nice little thing to investigate later on. Dog, you go in here.
Okay.
Just close enough.
Are you sure you meant behind?
Maybe.
Oh.
Oh, right, yeah, so couldn't actually get Guybrush over to that spot, so just said, yeah, you just take it. Either way is interesting. Because that means that you could get close to, I don't know, go to the other side of the turnstile, which would be a slightly faster. So either way, I think that that's a nice little thing that we've maybe been able to look at. Because it makes you wonder what can you do that with for other items, maybe. I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, here is our little recipe here. First of 2 recipes for this particular thing here. We need to head back to the crossroads. And our good doggo Franklin can sit there. Keep an eye on our frog and our anchor.
Okay.
And now we can head out of here. But yeah, the auto routing on that thing would always bring you to the bottom side of the turnstile. And there's an animation. There was like none of that, but the longest shimmy ever.
More?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
But.
And on.
Sorry. Look. Well,
Alright, our last bit of sword fighting. Has not been a good day for sword fighting. But if we can get through this one, it'll be worth it. Yep, all good. Finally, good sword fighting. So that section's a lot like kind of the Elaine groveling in Monkey 2. You kind of just need to find the right answer within the the other stuff, the crap floating out there.
Right.
Alrighty. Morgan saving the day. Kinda. Bon.
I don't.
Thought I duped that cutscene for a sec, because it was... I thought... I was really worried we were going to have to sit through and watch this whole thing, and I was like, after all this is where it dupes on Chapter 5. Yes. The voodoo lady?
Face it.
And yet... So, sweetheart, where do you think... It ain't...
Okay, so now we need to head back to the gateway, and now begins the back and forth nonsense that I was talking about earlier. So yeah, this is maybe the one chapter where like the route is just like I've literally sat there, you know, just short of having like the Pepe Sylvia situation where it's like you've got strings and pictures of things, like things being attached to each other, trying to figure out how to break this routing open. And I did manage to improve it, but it's still not like exactly where we would like to have it. I think it's, I believe that it's as good as possible, but like barring a sequence break or something cool like that.
Let's go. Yeah.
But you'll notice there's going to be a lot of back and forth from here in the sword fighting area, and there's really no way around it at the moment. But I think this is like the most effective and, I don't know, effective way to have good value on your visits and stuff, and it's a bit of a weird one, but this is what makes this a bit grueling. I also like that this calls this area back. It's like kind of a an interesting spot that you probably would never think, oh, well, we'll be back to that cave again. But sure enough, we are out here. Kind of cool.
Mr. What? How's it?
Alrighty, we need to get this going so that an enemy can come out and we can get a locket. The locket is sort of our main item for this particular area here. So it'll allow us to warp back into Club 41 so that we can kind of chip away at some puzzles in that room.
I'll be back.
Huh. Putting Dio on the outside of the jacket. It's a bold move.
I'll just cover.
Oops. There we go. Hit the button. Hit the button. So this trip is for the journal. Ah!
Hey. It's a. Here. Anyway.
Cool, we just have to wait here until we die. There's no speeding this up. I've tried a couple things. If we ever wanted a clip, this would be the clip to do. If you can get in here and grab this mug, some other stuff, that would be pretty fancy. I don't think there's a way to do it. Oh, that was weird. It felt like I was starting to move through that there, briefly. I wonder if that was because I was about to die. Wouldn't that be something, huh? It's kind of half joking, but I was trying, I guess, to kind of clip through there, kind of wiggle through there. But I don't know if you noticed that camera kind of cut through there. It looked like as if we were starting to go through something. But maybe because of the death, like, I don't know, that kind of gets rid of the walls because, like, I don't know, the resource isn't needed anymore. That would be something interesting, though. I don't know if I have a save over there, but I'll have to take a look. Play around with that for a little while.
Yo.
Stinky, tweaking, weenie. All right. So the reason behind this is now Bug-Eye will take that cell on the left, so when we get thrown back in jail, we will be on the right cell, and we can start doing all the other things that we've been looking to do. I still haven't found a way to get that root beer early, so you may have seen it on the earlier cutscene there. When we first warp into the body from over by Winslow. There's actually just a hovering mug of root beer, filled root beer, which is the asset from later on in the game, basically the next kind of step that we'll be doing. It's just hovering there in the cutscene, and then it flies away. I wonder if there's something that we can either grab it early, maybe it's hiding somewhere, you can kind of click it and like a magic pixel or something and get it. I don't really know. I don't know. There might be something there as well. Anyways, we're here. We have our mug. Have our pirate poster. We will take down to reveal a tunnel. There we go. That's not the time, is it? Yeah, I'm not sure. There's... I want there to be something in here so badly. I think Chapter 5 is the most needed to kind of shake it up or have some sort of sequence break or getting something early. More than any of the others do, because it's the longest and the routing is a bit grueling on it, the way the current route is. But being able to save one of these out and back trips is, you know, a big deal, I think. But you'll see that we're holding the mug now. That was the mug that we picked up in the other spot.
No.
So that mug is kind of like hovering over here during a cutscene. So that's like, you know, it's kind of an interesting thought. And then that plus grabbing the you know, the tip jar from the other side. I mean, maybe there's something in here. I wouldn't suspect 5 to be the one to be the most broken, but I suppose, you know, what am I to... No. I guess it could just be anything, but, you know, the first chapter of Tales feels so much like a demo that I would have expected that one to be the broken one. But no, it's been quite the opposite.
Mr.
Okay. Push the button one more time. Now we are in possession of the root beer. We need all this stuff because we need to grab the gum ultimately on the shelf here. What's up, Emu Flub? Oh, we're sizzling. All right, let's get on out of here.
All right.
It's time. Sorry you're missing them. Yeah, Twitch is the worst. I keep missing other people's streams as well that I even have notifications turned on and stuff. I feel like it's been so bad. I do not have a Discord. Well, let me say this. I actually I have set up a Discord, and that reminds me, I was gonna reveal it today, but I forgot to set up all the stuff for it. So I will maybe I'll drop a link in here a bit later if people feel like joining. I might tweak it a little bit more. It's very basic. I think we've got like 3 channels in there. But if you are interested in following when I go live and you can't trust Twitch because, I mean, let's be honest, the notifications are a suggestion. Yeah, I'll send something in there. I'll drop something in before I go off today if somebody reminds me.
Listen up, Spun.
Okay, we gotta go... Do we go back to the gateway one more time here, or is that... No, we're going back to the gateway one more time. Final gateway trip. Yeah, the only other way I can suggest it in the short term is I do post in the Speedy Adventures Discord when I go live. But yeah, I'll have a Discord set up for... Well, I have one set up. I just need to share it, basically. But yeah, I'll have a notifications channel, and you're welcome to join in there and just turn the noise on. But yeah, sorry that you're missing them. Okay, cool. This is all we need down here. Yeah. Yeah, we've been on for a while. This is actually the tail end of the stream, probably. So I've literally just been playing through all of the Monkey Island games in a row, basically. For the Mega Monkey Marathon. Let's get on the boat here. Okay, we need to head to the jungle now. That is a... Oh, well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. It's good to have you in here. I appreciate all the support from yourself and everybody else in here. It's been great. Hop in here. It's one of the underrated funny conversations. Voodoo Lady zaps in and is just like, hey, let me give you some advice. Or like, goodbye. She gets like actually mad about it. It's so funny. Take that feather. That's one of our inventory items that we need. Pick this lock here. Well, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I do love me some Monkey Island speedrunning. There are some folks out there doing them, doing some runs right now. I know that Mike the Viewer is doing some Monkey 2 grinding along with Frozen Spade. Is anybody else really grinding any Monkey Island at the moment? Maybe not. Those are 2 shots if you want to give them a shot as well. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? This is, Sponge goes on a diet. I think it's this one here. Oh no, I need to go Thieves. This is fine, actually. We can do this first. Alright, Havorius is running Monkey 2. That's right. Thanks for piping in on that. I've only seen one of your streams, so I may have slipped that from my my brain. Yeah, Havorius has just picked it up and kind of going through the early phases of that, running the FM Towns route, which is the new fast route, which is really good. New PB, shouts out on that. Havorius, you're like in sixth place now, 6th or 7th place, which is that's really, really good for just starting out. That's great. Some great work there.
Hey. Back.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, there's some folks out there. I know there's a lot of people. Some people must be learning about it because there's always people kind of like popping in, asking questions about Monkey 2 and stuff. Monkey 2 in particular is the one that's the flavor that people like the most. And why not? It's a great speedrun. Alright, so we need to give belt buckle
Take.
to the thief.
Yeah. Hey.
If
There we go. Forgot what was blocking me yesterday on this, but that was a thing. 7th place, right on. Yeah, that's a great start.
Hey, wait a minute.
Alright, we need the blindfold first.
Like a
Groban, right? Groban in 8th place. Are you ever coming back to that, Groban? You had a good run there for a while. It's fun watching your VODs while you were doing the thing, as it were. Deodorant. Deodorant.
to keep.
Alright, last split. 1,000 splits later, and we finally reach the end. Computer-related inconvenience. I got you, I got you. Yeah, Mike has a very good time right now. There's kind of like two barriers, I feel like. And there might be another one now that FM Towns is a thing. But back when it was Amiga, there was the 36-minute barrier, and then there was a 34-minute barrier. And those are like the two tough parts. And as soon as you're in those ranges, like you're cooking. Like once you're under 37, like you're in a really good spot. And then once you crack into the 35s, it's like you've arrived, I feel like, you know. But it might be a little different with the new route in there. But yeah, for any folks that are new to the channel or whatever, I know that we've had some faces in and out of here. I run all the Monkey Island games, hence this this little marathon challenge that we're doing here. But there will be a stint where I'm going to be returning to Monkey Island 2 speedruns again this year, along with Curse of Monkey Island. So if you're interested in that, hope to see you around. I just finished a run on, or a run, I guess, like a kind of a grind on Sam & Max Hit the Road. And I'll be doing another game soon. Somebody suggested Grim Fandango yesterday. I think it was Devismo. I really like the idea of maybe doing Grim Fandango as the next speed game. So that could very well be what I end up doing. I'm going to sleep on it a little bit and see what happens. But very possible that Tuesday we might boot that thing up, or maybe do a small stint back in Gemini Rue to improve some times, and then get into it. We'll see. But if that's something that you're interested in, that's what this channel is about. A lot of adventure game speedruns. Yesterday I did a Earthbound Boogie % run on here as well, so it's not all adventure games, but typically speedruns or casual plays of adventure games. That's kind of what I've been doing. Fun stuff. Alright, keys with the gate. This is a I don't know, fight that's sort of on rails. It's very similar to the Morgan battle in Chapter 2, where you kind of need to do laps around and around, and then on certain parts kind of just interact with the environment a little bit. So your time saves are 100% like how quickly you do those interactions, and the rest of it's waiting. So it's kind of an interesting bit. Couldn't get the FM Towns working. Oh, the Thing VM fork, right? Yeah, that's the key. You can't run it without that. Oh, nice, you fixed your splits. Right on. Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. When I joined your stream last time, Gregorius, I was like trying to figure out what happened. I don't know if there was a weird gold in there that was like, you know, there was like a split that was throwing everything off, or what happened with it, but I couldn't figure out. I'm glad you fixed it, though. 35 minutes, some of best. That's good, though. It's early days. 35, like I said, that's under... As soon as you're under 36, I think that's like the part where you're starting to cook with gas a little bit here. And it kind of takes off from there. That's great. I need you to light the cannon right now. So as we opened the run, being launched from a cannon, we closed the run being launched from a cannon. It's only fitting. It's only fitting. We are not going to be under 5 hours, unfortunately, but it does look like we are going to be in pretty darn good shape here to close this thing out. 27 minutes, some best. That'd be incredible. We could start doing Monkey 1 versus Monkey 2 races if that was the case. Like, that'd be amazing. It's too bad that Quan disappeared because it would be really fascinating to see kind of like what's going on those. We're done.
Anchor, direction,
We're done.
sacrifice.
50814. All the Monkey Islands. Every chapter. Every entry. 30 minutes better than we did it in July. I'm very much happy about that. And by the way, we were 16, almost 17 minutes behind partway through. Good gravy. Good gravy.
Guybrush! Oh, it's
Ooh.
about time.
It is? Wait, you were expecting me? But I was dead. Is that why you gave me...
You should know
We did
enough
it.
to trust me by now, Guybrush Threepwood.
But you asked LeChuck to make you a demon bride. How did you know I would be able to bring you back from that?
After all these years,
Sheesh.
all
Thank you all
my
for the
adventures, two
GGs.
things
Thank you,
are
folks.
certain. That I always
Thank
have a
you
plan,
very much.
and that Guybrush Threepwood will always
Appreciate y'all
come
hanging out.
when I
Appreciate the
need him
support. We had a
most.
lot of people in and out. I appreciate that.
That was your master plan? You have more faith in me than I thought.
Some of best 441.
All
right, all right.
Is gone for good this time.
And you are finally
I did
free
play
from
Curse
whatever
twice,
fate
technically. We
you
got
have
to
in the shop.
the chicken shop, and then we're like, hang
What
on,
this whole Esponja
this
Grotto
isn't
thing
right.
has been about,
Where's
huh?
my gum?
Actually,
Then it
it's
hit.
pronounced Esponja with an H sound at the end.
Really? But we've all been saying Esponja.
Yeah, Greg's all around. That was a good one. That was a really, really good,
I'm just telling you because
good
I
run.
don't want you to look silly.
Oh, you're gonna get it for that.
Ooh. Comparing your times to nothing rather than best time and save splits that were based on misclicked splits. So that was my assumption, that there was like a gold that was like 2 seconds long or something that was in there that was kind of offsetting the bunch, but that makes sense. Full Greg. I missed that. Thank y'all. Sub 5 on the next one. I think it's doable. I mean, if we scroll back here, well, I'll do this. Let's put some tunes on while well, whatever. We were kind of right in here up until this spot. This is the beginning of Curse, I'm pretty sure, right here. This is kind of when things went awry. Somewhere in here was Curse. This was doable. We were within like a minute or two. This is fine, but like, yeah, this thing went crazy after a certain point. But that drop there, that big dip, was Escape from Monkey Island, which I had a run that I'm actually pretty proud of, considering I have only played Escape a couple times this year, maybe. That might have been the second time I've played Escape this year, I'll bet you. Like, seriously played it. Managed to get a 109. I'm really happy with that. That's all kudos to that route, I think, now. Like, all the changes that the community put into that game, like, that's how easy it is to jump in and do a really good time on that run now. Really, really good stuff. We'll come back to Escape at some point. I will. That 56 can be improved. My PB can definitely dip. When you dip, I dip. We dip. Hopefully down to a 55 or something. But we'll get to that when we get to that, I think. I'm kind of excited now because if I do end up doing Grim Fandango, I think there's going to be a little bit of crossover from some of the tricks that are on one to the other. They're not 100% compatible, but there's some stuff like item sliding that some people were talking about. I think there's a different version of item sliding in Grim Fandango than there is in Monkey 2, but there's some interesting things. I wonder if we can maybe, if I learn how to do Grim Fandango, I can kind of like bridge over to the next, bring it over to Escape and then do a run on Escape or something. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Your last wheel. That was the late. Golly, was. let me go back to the archives here, and check out what happened with the wheel. When was that redeemed? If it was on the last stream, it was a Chapter 5 Tails run, which actually helped here with this 3439, because it was a pretty solid D-Rust. So let me just check one thing on here.